Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. I think that's one of the best songs about Nigeria. Um, that's a Great Nation by Timmy Dakolo. It's inspiring. It's a beautiful song. I hope you enjoyed it and the other songs as well. But it's good to be here. Thank God it's Friday. Lovely to be having this session today. Welcome everybody to today's session. If you're on TikTok, by the way, right now we are at 48.5k likes on TikTok. I want to thank Ibo Jinoju, Koboko, Akadol, everyone who has Jakes man, everyone who has helped to get the likes up. Thank you very much. Please let's keep our tapping so that we can get the live to the FYP. If you're new, FYP means for you page. So please let's support. Also click on the heart icon above my cap here. If you're on TikTok, please click on it, join the team, drop your heart me. Let's push the live to the FYP together. Also on YouTube and Facebook. Good to be here with you today. We're gonna have a great time together. Please let's like and share the live. You can also power tap on TikTok, on YouTube now. Apparently, it shows engagement there as well. All right. Our folks on Twitter, please like and repost. Today's session is going to be interesting as always, maybe even better than what we had in time past. All right, we're good. Someone says you sent me a message on Facebook. I apologize if I've not responded yet. Sometimes I will respond. If I have not responded, I think so. Sometimes if I respond to every message, I will not be able to do anything else. But I'll look out for your message and respond. I respond to messages, so I don't know, maybe yours fell through the cracks or something, but I will respond. I see people have been having an interesting conversation on TikTok. Who are you guys flogging? Madam Bronke, good evening. Thank you for joining us, ma'am. On YouTube. Hello, sir. All right, let us get started. So today we'll be discussing what's the big deal about Tinubu, and we'll also talk about what Obi did to Kenneth Okonkwo. I don't know what happened between Obi and Okonkwo, but the guy has been taking Obi to the cleaners for days now, and you wonder, I don't know what happened, but we'll talk about it today. Listen to some of the conversations, that he has been having in the last few days, and I'd like us to focus today on the president. What's the big deal about him? We're showing. I always say I want people to vote for Tinubu, but why? We're going to try to answer that question today. Most of the words hopefully will come from him himself, and also I'll read some of the things that he's been able to accomplish in the last 3 years or so. Okay. Someone says, seems Obi Chike, Kenneth Okonkwo. How do you guys know about everything that's happening on social media? I see what you're saying. I'm acting as if I didn't see it, but I know what you're talking about, and it's sad, right? We do politics and culture, history, innovation. I guess this falls under culture. The marriage, the divorce you're talking about, it falls under culture, Abi. I don't like talking about people's family life because marriage is folks who have opinions about everybody's marriage on social media, how do they do it? There's some people on, no, I'm not confused though. There's some people I see on social media, like they're always commenting on everybody's, any other person's marriage. Oh, like when it was Robbie Ekpo. I know, I saw it too now. They brought it out. Then they talked about it. Then they will now, what's the word? Analyze it. And then they'll now apportion blames. Now it's Frank and Edo, like the person wrote in the comment section. Then they're analyzing it. I'm like, Eliao, Eliao. And then, you know, the way they talk, people will be talking as though, you know, this person is wrong, this person is right, this is the verdict. I'm like, who are you? Like, ah, or marriage. I think it's the, I'm very, very careful of getting such conversations. Uh, may God bless both of them and the other guy that they said is involved. I don't want to read it out, but people are writing. I mean, somebody wrote it here. I think it's Mufasa. Hey, it's Mufasa. Yeah. Um, may God heal them. People can. I don't know why it has to be messy though. Like, can't people just go their separate ways without? Well, I know why it has to be messy. I guess you know the guy too didn't like what happened. You know what? Let's not get into their matter, and may God help them. And it is well. All right, let's go to our own topic. I beg. Someone says, Olotu, no, no, me were confused. Bumblebee is a bitter divorce. But he says they've been, they've been apart for a while, and it's just coming to the public space. But call on sure now, how many genere, and may God give them wisdom to take care of their children. Yorùbá ní owó tí báwọn ẹ̀ máa ń sọ náà tọ́wọ́ bá ti wọ́n owó tọ́wọ́ bá ti. Oguntoye says, let us do small gbeboro now. Which gbeboro are you doing? Which gbeboro are you doing? We are talking politics. You are talking Frank Edo. Me, I don't like gbeboro because, I just think that, when it comes to personal things, I think that people should be gracious and we should be careful how we pass judgment. Because them to didn't come around, everybody come around. Thank God for that. But I just think that and not even anything, they only tell you what they want you to know. You just be there, you'll be cursing them out, to be standing with one, I stand with this, I stand with that. When people divorce, they only tell you what they want you to know. Much of what has happened in the relationship, you would never know. That's why I don't like getting involved. If you like, why am I even getting involved? It's my business. It's not my cup of tea. Oh, you are talking about Obi and Kenneth bitter divorce. The other person is talking about Bumblebee. I get you. I get you. Thank you for clearing that up. Mufasa says, seems Obi. Am I confusing me to the long? Oh, let's leave Obi. Whoever is having issues in their marriage, may God help them. And at this point, those children, may God, help them. Sometimes adults, we, we also have needs. We all have needs. You also want to take care of yourself. And so sometimes you may forget that there are children. So we pray for the children. We pray for the parents that they'll have sense to be able to take care of their kids, regardless of what's happening between them. That's the only thing I can say. I don't like talking about people's relationships are big. Because for the most, so I have different. I think my life is I'm different things. I wear different caps. That's the word. I wear different caps. So one of those caps involves counseling people. And when you counsel people, you soon discover that, especially when it comes to marriage issues, marital issues, they only tell you what they want you to know. they will be telling you that, oh, it's one small thing. You'll be thinking that that's the real issue. That's not the real issue. All these things they're talking about is not the real issue. There's another thing that they're not saying. And somebody put out a recording. I think he released a recording, and then he said some things that he hadn't said before. That's how they keep opening the layers. I think to konwa, let us go to politics. May God bless everybody's family. All right. What's the big deal about Tinubu? Plus, what did Obi do to Okonkwo? That one is always funny because when we get there, you hear Okonkwo, the guy was passionately angry, was vehemently pushing his thoughts through and just making us believe exactly what he wants us to believe. I'm like, Shelley, you guys were rolling and laughing, a fortnight ago. Like, what's happening? What's up? We'll get to that later. But let's begin with the news. We're going to start in our own turf, right? We're going to start in Lagos, where the Chief of Staff to the President, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, had a meeting with folks in Surulere ahead of the primaries that will be coming up very soon. I think it's next week. And then he mentioned certain things that up until now, most of the public, did not know about, as it pertains to the member of the House of the member House of Assembly of that constituency, Surulere, Honorable Desmond Elliott. So, I don't know if you've heard about it, but just in case you haven't, you are in luck. We're going to listen to it together. So let's begin with this. This is Femi Gbajabiamila talking about how he almost lost his job as Chief of Staff to the President because of Desmond Elliott, and what they will now be doing, right, to ensure that they are able to put someone else in that space to represent the constituency instead of Desmond Elliott. Interestingly, in the primary, I think is working at reclaiming that seat or to retaining it. But we'll see how that goes. Anyway, let's begin today's session by listening to Mr. Femi Gbajabiamila. Please take a listen.
I almost lost my job as the Chief of Staff last year because of Desmond Elliott. You are live today, you can go and verify with them. Mr. President called me to his study in his house in Abuja during the Obasa saga, impeachment saga. I hear this Desmond is your boy, the one we gave to you. I said, yes, sir. We hear he's part of the people that are causing problems in Lagos in the state assembly. I had to spoke with Desmond. Immediately, I said to Mr. President, no. Desmond is not part of them. I didn't even spoke to Desmond. I didn't know whether he was part of them. I said, no, he's not part of them. Well, I'm telling you from intelligence that he's part of them. Go and tell him to retrace his steps. This is what Mr. President told me. I said, yes, sir. I called them. That's what I said. Just let the president, this is what he said. If you are one of these people, if you are part of them, and he started doing this. Okay. 3 days later, the Director General DPSS called me. Chief, there's a problem. Your name is being mentioned all over the place. That you are the one behind, you are supporting Desmond to this event. Of course, President will not believe that Desmond will do such a thing and I will not know about it. I think the DPS said, "I'm going to Desmond. Oh my young God, he has not done anything." I called him again. Desmond, go and make a public statement that you are not part of it. Go and make a public statement till tomorrow. If it was not that I had the kind of relationship I have with Mr. President, I would be here today. I've been in countries for 25 years. I've never heard where people bring religious division to this our constituency. But there's not to be getting Christian Association of Nigeria to be writing official letter to me and to the party and causing division between the Muslims and the Christians. As far as that's concerned, that's the item. To the point where the Islamic clerics are replying the Christians. You know, little things, you don't know where to end. The Christians called the Christian Association and finance them, they called for apologize. But where a man can be so desperate, crash the same platform that built this, for me is a problem. To the extent that you will be calling journalists to write stories, untrue stories about me, the journalists have to tell him, is this not the same man that carried you for 12 years? Even if he doesn't want, is this how you want to pay him back? I cannot write such a story. So I'm here to tell you that the way there is a method in to madness. There is a method to every madness. I'm sure you all know me as Moraspe. I'm an easygoing gentleman. Good, I'm glad you know that. But I also have common sense. And I do things in a way that I will be justified. But what is most important, like they said, Desmond came to my office in Abuja. I said, Desmond, I will stay neutral. Can you win? And like I said, okay, I'll stay neutral. There's nobody that's what I've not said to me. I will keep that. There are many things I will say here. Many things. But when our president told me, wherever he set up a committee of 7 people to look into the Lagos State House of Assembly elections. Committee that included myself, the governor, party chairman, 4 other people, parliament, 2 others. When the president told me and told us that wherever there is a woman, you must give preference. He said it privately, he said it publicly at the convention center in front of the whole. How can I, as a chief of staff, now do otherwise? So it's even beyond me. President travels.
So that was Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, the Chief of Staff to the President, speaking on what's been happening behind closed doors as far as Desmond Elliot is concerned. But apparently, if you go back, you see certain videos that have been, trending for a while of, Desmond talking in the House of Assembly and shedding a tear or two during the proceedings, during the impeachment proceedings of Obasa. People are saying all kinds of things about that particular video. You see that when I put this video out. But Desmond has not just, I should say Desmond Elliot, Honorable. I don't know if he had Honorable Siabi. Honorable Desmond Elliot, he has his own views about this whole stuff. As a matter of fact, he's backing down. He has gone to the market, to get women to support him. I think I should play that video before I play an interview that he granted on the show on TVC. But listen to this first.
So kí ni mo wá ní fourth term? Ó ní ìbéèrè yẹn. Ẹni bá ní o má lè bẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ la ó fi fò. Tóbi wẹ́wẹ́ la ó lò fún. Àgọ́ ìwẹ́wẹ́ la olùsọ̀lá. Ẹni bá ní o má lè bẹ̀ ọ̀sẹ̀ la ó fi fò. ABC. Kí lẹ fẹ́ kí n sọ? Tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n máa ń ṣe Lord Elliot.
Politics is crazy. Orin tó ń kọ yẹn, wọ́n lè kọ́kọ́ tún àwọn èèyàn burú. Àwọn máa jó lọ mọ̀ ohun ẹ̀yìn rẹ̀. But I hope that they actually mean what they're saying. But let's keep listening.
Nsìn ó ti di word intimidation. Ọ̀tọ̀ nìyà tó bá mọ̀ wípé wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ṣiṣẹ́ tẹ́lẹ̀ o. Nsìn wọ́n intimidate ní ẹ má gbà ọ́ má gbà fún ọ. Reason ni wípé ẹ ti invest lórí mi. Reason ni wípé fourth term yìí I become a principal officer lágbára Ọlọ́run. Àǹfààní wà. Tí bá jẹ́ principal officer. Inshallah. Reason tí wọ́n ò fẹ́ kí n lọ síbẹ̀ mi lè sọ o. One with God is majority. Tó bá jẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run ló pè mí wá sí assembly yìí, that same God will take me to prayer. Because my trust is in God. Ọlọ́run sọ pé in Psalms number 121, I look up to the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help comes from God, who owns the heavens and the earth. And that by alone, God will take us there. On the 21st of May, 2026, get to buy, stand your ground, no intimidation. So,
I like campaigns. It brings out the best if you're an orator. Like, you're able to actually express yourself and get people going and speak Yoruba. See, when the man do you, the man. But to go bad. Anyway, so that's him talking to party people in Surulere in his constituency, talking about the primary coming up very soon. We're going to talk about that in a bit. But before we do that, I want you to listen to the interview he had on Your View on TVC channel. Please take a listen to this.
I'd like to say to your principal or your leader.
Final message, leaders. Yes.
The Bajadis and Bajadat of the world. My own Baba. I know you're upset. I want to say I'm sorry in front of everyone. Nothing breaks my heart than for you not to love me the way you've always loved me. I'm not saying, oh yes, media will come out, hey, there's one Bex again. Yes, because he's my Egbon, and I grew up learning everything I know in politics through him. He might be upset over something or whatever it was. I'm human.
Okay.
And to err is human, to forgive is divine. So I'm sorry, my daddy. if I've offended you in any way. To the matriarch of Surulere, Mama, I'm sorry if I've offended you, but I will keep keeping the party strong. And to all Surulerians, my scorecard is there. You know the things I've done to make Surulere a better place. And my promise is I will never let you down, given the opportunity to serve you again. Thank you, and God bless Surulere.
Thank you.
I'm so happy when you mentioned Surulere. She's so happy
because it's an amazing place.
But we also see the work, you know. So, you know,
she can testify.
Different. We see the work.
We do constant drainage movements. We make sure everywhere is cleared. I do sanitation. We don't need to wait for environmental sanitation. We make sure we clean it up.
So most of your pictures, I've gone through your reports. And
we do things for widows.
So that's also feedback. I know the last time we were here, people said, where are the things that you have done?
And
no, but now that you mentioned that you were chairman of the committee of works,
it makes sense.
Well, like I said again, you are making me the poorest chairman committee of works. I want to be a rich but the truth is, I'm happy, especially when I work with the widows. And guess what? They say, Oko, I want windows. Oko, I want windows. You know, it's so much fun. If politicians can just, for once, let's just put off everything, every ego, and just see that what people want. The government is us, they feel. And once they feel us, they love us.
So there's been a comedy that we've been sharing on the table that, you know, politicians is in the season of corn eating. We're in the festival.
So where are we going to eat corn?
All right, so he mentioned the matriarch of Surulere. And interestingly, that matriarch he's talking about Mama Gbajabamila. That matriarch had her own session with someone totally different. She was praying for a particular person, and that person did not look like Desmond Elliott. You won't be able to see it right now, but of course you're going to see it when this video comes out. But I want you to listen to what Mama, and that's Femi Gbajabamila's mom. She's 96 years old, and she was praying for the lady that was sitting beside Honorable Gbajabamila earlier while he was making that speech. Take a listen to this.
Wọ́n wà báyìí wọ́n ń sọ báyìí wọ́n á tún padà títí sẹ́dà lọ́dọ̀ ẹ̀ ọlọ́run àdá ọmọ ẹ̀ sí ọlọ́run máa kó ẹ̀bùn ṣe gbogbo tó máa sọ jáde lẹ́nu ọlọ́run máa fi sí ẹ̀ ọlọ́run àgbàdo ẹ̀ lè ṣe kẹ́ bá lọ́ bá ọ̀rẹ́ pọ̀ à ń gbàdúrà kí ọ̀rẹ́ wa pọ̀ jọ ta wa lọ ni àwọn tó jẹ́ ìdáhùn fẹ́ yẹ ọ̀tà kó ló bá rẹ̀ wọ́n lọ́kàn. Tó má dà fẹ́yàn kankan ìyá ló bí wọn bí wọ́n ṣe wọ̀nà tán gbà nìyẹn ọ̀lẹ ni wọ́n rí jẹ ọ̀fẹ́ ló ń fẹ́ kiri tó bá ti jẹ́ ń bí àtúkù òun àti lọ́bù mi ọ̀tọ̀ lẹ́ni tó ń bọ́ wọn tó ń fún wọn kò mọ́ sí i àdúpẹ́ lọ́dọ̀ ọlọ́run ọlọ́run máa gbọ́ ẹ̀kọ́ ṣe ọmọ ẹ̀ máa ṣojú ẹ̀mí ẹ̀ máa ṣe ìyá ọlá fún ẹ̀ tẹ̀lé ẹjọ́ àyè. èèyàn máa tẹ̀lé wọn náà ní lágbára náà tí gbogbo ẹ̀ máa ṣe yọmuyọmu ọlọ́run bá ìdẹ́ mi sí o àná 96 ni mo wà ní ọjọ́ mo máa dé 100. Èmi Latifa Dr. Chief Music.
That's so beautiful. 96 years old, strong, hale, hearty, and speaking with such vim. She was praying for the lady Barakat Olawumi Odunuga Bakare. She's a lawyer and former special advisor to Lagos Governor on housing, and she's from Surulere. And of course, she's now working with Femi Gbajabamila. I'd like to take a listen to move on to other things. Talking about why I guess they have to support a woman. Please take a listen to this.
Make up your mind. Make up your mind. I want to appeal to all of you. If I've done well with you, it's time for payback. Let us line up on Tuesday. Wednesday. Wednesday on the straight line. On a straight line. I don't want to say much. But please, for those of you who have, so if you are here under the sound of my voice and you can hear what I'm saying, I leave everything to your conscience. Those who want to support me, go ahead. Those who want to support me, go ahead. But we will win this election. We will win this election. Now moving forward, we will know what to do.
Yes, confirm.
But I want to appeal to all those who are still on the fence. Not here, not there. Please, come back home. This is home. This is home. And home will always be home. Whether you are in Ailara or you are in Shita or you are in small London, wherever you are, let your show. This is home. We all belong to the same family. Women, let me appeal to your gender sensitivity. Sometimes we say women are their own worst enemy.
The world is open.
All right, so all the best to all candidates. Here there's, I think, the two constituencies in Surulere. Looks like it's possible that there's Barakat, and then the other one is Marshall's daughter, that's Kwamon's daughter. So I wish them all the best. We'll tell you as things unfold. All right, let's move away from Surulere politics and quickly visit Sokoto, and then we'll return in a bit. So somebody put out a statement, a picture actually, on social media. NDC is gathering momentum, and it seems that whatever Peter Obi goes, certain ethnicities or an ethnicity essentially follows him there. So this particular person, his name is Ifeanyi John Eze, and he wants to become the coordinator of the movement in Sokoto State. I just want to read some of the comments that folks from his part of the country have written, just to give you an idea what we've been talking about, that all this one Nigeria thing, it looks like it doesn't go beyond Yoruba land. So the guy put up, for Sokoto State coordinator of the obedience movement, Comrade Ifeanyi John Eze. That was his, whatever he was putting out. So somebody says, bro, I beg, don't add to the ethnic tension against Igbos. Sokoto is the no-go area for an Igbo name to lead as Nigeria stands today. Okay, no punctuation, so I'm Agbarigbe. Sokoto is a no-go area for an Igbo name to lead as Nigeria stands today. Even if you are overqualified, I beg for the optics. I beg for the optics are against you, dear. You get the point. Essentially, that's Emeka saying that the optics are against whatever he's trying to do. Ikechukwu says, leave it to the indigenes. In today's Nigeria, that's a better calculation. Yunusa says, your intention is welcomed 100%, and we are not doubting how long you have been in Sokoto and how well you know Sokoto. The issue is that the leadership has to reflect with the kind of society that you are. I just hope you understand my dear, I just hope you understand me, my dear obedient brother. Onyx says, please leave it to the indigens, but your interest is noted and greatly appreciated. God bless you. Ifeanyi says, I am born and bred and based in Sokoto. There is no called Sokoto person more fit than I do, but I think he meant that I am. That's the person who wants to become the Sokoto coordinator. Then also says, the information from the national coordinator obedience from their state should nominate. You are a resident of Sokoto state. You are not a northerner and definitely not an indigene of the state. Support your host. I'm reading this for a particular reason. I've mentioned this a number of times that we can move anywhere and do anything that they do. And it's not just they do it in Lagos State. This is not your state. This last election, I saw Lagos State, I saw your state, I saw Ondo State, Ogun State. This thing that people do that we speak up and people say, why are you tribalist? Why are you Kinikon tribalist? You heard what they said right now when it comes to Sokoto, that they ones telling him not to try it because it's a no-go area. They have to allow indigenes to take it. Well, in Yoruba land, only indigenes will also be only Yoruba people. Let me put it that way, because our own idea of indigenship is a bit different. Only Yoruba people are able to do what they have to do in their own land. All right, we are not welcoming people that don't really care for the place. Just want to shout, I am more Kinikon than Kinikon. I'm more Yoruba. I am from Lagos. I'm also a citizen of Nigeria. Put in your pocket. If you have any political ambition, take it back to your region. May God bless you. It's that we hate people, we don't hate people. It's just that every time people do this thing, we see what happened in Oshodi Solo constituency. That is the latest in the revelation of clannish mindset. All right, so I just want to mention that just to tell you that they know exactly what they're doing, and they wouldn't try some of these things in the north. And that's why I always tell people, if you really want to talk about one Nigeria, go and try it in Sokoto, go and try it in Kaduna, try it in Kano. Don't stay in the south. Or else people will think you're a coward because you can't do it where they are beating you before. But in Yoruba land, I hope we don't have to get to that point. Because, somebody was telling me that I was so soft. You know how people respond on social media? Someone sent me a message or something like that. I was soft. That what these people need is something. I mean, I can't be here, asking for people to be violent. I can't be here calling for violence. However, I think that whatever needs to be done to make sure people actually understand limits, hopefully within the ambit of the law, will be done to make sure that we secure our space. But for Yoruba person, just understand the fact that people actually know exactly when to stop when they get to the north. It's only here that they flex and talk rubbish. All right, having said that, let's now go to the other part of the news. I'm just seeing all these things that someone was talking about earlier. I don't want to mention it. Kimalo derail conversation. Let us have Kenneth Okonkwo. Kenneth was on Politics Today on Channels TV, and he went all out. We're wondering what exactly is going on. That's what I was saying earlier, that I don't know what happened between Kenneth Okonkwo. If you look at our topic today, the title is, what's the big deal about Tinubu? Plus, what did Obi do to Okonkwo? Hopefully, at the end of this session, people will be able to answer that question, because I really would like to have answers. So let's begin with, I don't want to begin with this one. It's going to make us go into stuff. Give me a second. There are a number of videos. There's one that's very long. I want to play that one last. Let me play the shorter ones, because that one would get us reading some books. So this is election. We're getting very close to the election cycle. So apparently our conversations will be in that direction for the time being. Give me a second, please. Okay, brilliant. Okay, so let's start with this one. Again, this is Kenneth Okonkwo, former spokesman for Peter Obi and now member of ADC. Please take a listen to what he has to say.
And now you said NDC has zoned to the south. Recall that NDC, they are mere renegades from ADC. And the reason they went there is because they are scared of participating in primary elections.
Who are those renegades?
NDC.
I mean, is it fair to refer to those who are who legitimately, who constitutionally decided to pitch their tent with a certain group, then the Constitution guaranteed them the freedom of alliances, of grouping, of membership, of association. Why would you call them a renegade? Who exactly is a renegade to you based on their action in that party?
Okay. And maybe I was even too lenient. Let me say they are political con men.
Who exactly are you talking about?
Okay. Let's look at it this way. They came into the coalition.
Who are they?
On their own.
Who are they?
I am talking about P2B and Kwakwanso. They came into the coalition on their own. And they said coalition is the best and the only method to send Tinubu packing, by their own words. And on their own, without any reason, they left for NDC. Is that not being a con man? But
don't they have the right to change their minds? Don't you change your mind as a human being?
Very good.
So is it a crime now to change one's mind if you see that your association is fraught and is not aligning with your purpose?
And you didn't know that such association is not aligning before you entered, and you didn't have any reason for going except that you want power. Let me put it this way. And why did I use the word con man? Let's talk about P2B, for instance. In 2019, P2B was the vice presidential candidate of Atiku Abubakar. The Constitution in section 142 said the vice president is an associate of the president. An associate means you are joined with, aligned with, connected with somebody. And P2B was the chief spokesperson, the master strategist, the campaign officer for the South for Atiku Abubakar. P2B was the one who led Atiku Abubakar into the campaign in 2019. Then from nowhere, in 2027, after Atiku had brought you out to national politics, you are now creating the impression with your toxic followers that Atiku is not qualified to be president, that Atiku is this and that.
P2B has toxic followers?
Very, very street urchins.
You are one of them.
I was. Why did I leave? I told you that in 2023, before I even came into the campaign, I had never sat down with P2B to discuss. And I read up about him, I read up about Atiku Abubakar. I wanted somebody from the Southeast to be president. And of course, I campaigned, and I believe we won that election. After winning the election, what happened? He could not secure his own victory. And that was when I knew that I had problem with this person. I spent 240 days about that in the court. I spent almost 2 years campaigning. And after, we believed that we won. And you could not make any sacrifice to secure your own winning. And let me say one thing.
Is that fair to say he did not make any sacrifice?
What
he
did
paid lawyers? Mm-hmm. He went around saying he won that election. Mm-hmm. What else do you want him to do?
He went around saying he won that election. Candidate.
Did he just call them street urchins? Oh dear. See, I'm not harsh. I never call anybody street urchin. Anyway, where do we even begin? I think, someone wrote in the comment section here saying that he's angry because he knows they have lost the elections. I don't even think it's about that, because this is about, it sounded very personal, and I think he's going to give us an idea why he's very passionate about this and why it's sounding personal in the next video I'm going to play. It sounded very personal. I think it's beyond oral elections. It's more about ethnicity. And he said something, by the way, he just threw it in there when he said, I wanted an Igbo man to win. For people who tell the entire country that, everybody else is tribalist, for voting whoever they voted. The truth is coming out now, apparently. He wanted an Igbo man, and he still does want an Igbo man to win, by the way, which is not bad, to be clear. There's nothing wrong with that desire. It's just that you've got to be able to also allow other people to desire what they want, and you don't have to like what you like. I don't have to call them tribalists for doing that. You can't have a situation where in your state, there was a state that gave P2B 94%, another one 92%, another one 83%. Aggregate was about 90%. There is no way you come from that place and you call every other person tribalist. But then it didn't stop there. There's another longer version of, there's a continuation I want you to listen to, still on Channels TV, Politics Today with Sean Okonkwo. This is Kenneth Okonkwo. Please take a listen to this.
That is an abomination in Igbo land.
Why is this that?
You are nothing. That is an abomination in Igbo land.
Why is this diatribe against Peter Obi so strong in you? What did Peter Obi do? Is there a personal difference you have with him? Did he offend you?
Thank you for this question. I am telling you that anybody that wants to preside over me as president in Nigeria must be interrogated. I've not even said anything against Peter Obi compared to what I said against the other presidential candidate in 2023. Let me tell you, I have no personal grudges against anybody in my life. I am a man in search of the soul of Nigeria. I am going to get it in my lifetime. A good president will restore this country, will restore the Igbo people, the marginalization of Igbo people will go. And any human being from Igbo land that wants to destroy the destiny of Igbo because of your selfishness, I will come after you and make sure that you don't block Igbo from getting what they get, what they should get.
Oh, really? Well, go and listen to it, but the best way to actually have this particular section is to talk, in bits. So apparently, this is about Igbo all this while. It's about Igbo also having presidency. That's what it's been all this while. You see, the idea that some people have this love for Nigeria and you are searching for the soul of the country. I don't know what you want to do with the soul. You are a soul searcher. You are looking for the guy is a fantastic performer, but while you're doing all of this thing is because of the soul of Igbo, because you want to have Igbo become president. Is there something wrong with that? No. But what you've been telling everybody, particularly young Yoruba people, is that it's about competence. It's about come for Nigeria, soul of Nigeria. You're after my life, structure of criminality. They had all these ridiculous talking points. Which one again? No, I know you're after my life. They're always saying that one. Very retarded talking points. Consumption to production. All these kind of things is about competence. It wasn't about competence, clearly. All this while, it has been about ethnicity. And like I said, more grease to your elbow if that's what you want to do, but please don't come here and be dribbling us. We're going to get into some things with this particular video, so I'll be stopping and responding from time to time. Let's continue. 1 second. All right, take a listen, please.
Let me also take you to 1999. In 1999, the people of the Southwest, they said it is their turn because of what happened with MKO Abiola. And you know.
So let's do it this way. I'll have to stop and explain. In 1999, the people of the Southwest did not say it was their turn. You know what? So my echo play, my Jack Egbo, Debi, Tote Pari, Debi. I'll now explain. What is about to do is to have this false comparison that something happened to Yoruba people, it must happen to Igbo people. Let's do it this way. We'll listen to everything, and I'm going to come back and then we'll break it. So that way, all of us will listen to it together. Okay? I think that's the best way. So I don't, because you have to understand why I'm stopping it, so it doesn't look very awkward. Let's finish playing it, then I'll come back and play it in bits. Okay?
That you don't block Igbo from getting what they get, what they should get. Let me also take you to 1999. In 1999, the people of the Southwest, they said it is their turn because of what happened with MKO Abiola. And you know what? They gave it as a condition that all the political parties must present somebody from the Southwest. Let me ask, if there are no Southwest people in all the political parties, would they be able to achieve that? Olufalaye and Olusegun Obasanjo eventually emerged as the presidential candidate of all the parties that were available. Now, if you come to Igbo land and you're saying it's one person or nothing, so whatever happens to that one person, Ndi Igbo will be wiped out for that particular election cycle. In 1999, only Yoruba people contested for the presidency. I am looking forward to a time where only Ndi Igbo will contest for the presidency of Nigeria. It has happened before. We are the only people in the South that has not produced the president. They must allow us to produce the president. Let me challenge the APC. If the APC today zones this ticket to Southeast, because when they talk about zoning, it is a way to deny Ndi Igbo of what is their own turn. If APC zones this ticket to Southeast, just like Atiku Abubakar said in 2023, Atiku Abubakar said, if you zone this ticket to South.
Guys, I have to stop it. We're going to listen to the rest, but let's first, I can't wait till the end, man. That's funny. Okonkwo, it's not by muscle. It's not by showing your tendons and your ligaments and forcing all of us to see how serious you are. I go later, yeah. I can't just run down. Go for a ballet. Let's go back to the beginning of this section where you got it, so I'm going to just talk about some of the things you said. This particular point, Oshei, false. Everything he said about Yoruba people and 1999 elections, apart from the eventual candidates, every other thing he said, na lie. But let me quickly say something. What he's trying to say, and this is the problem with always comparing, like you can't have a conversation without comparing. When you think that way, it will be very difficult for you to actually pass your thoughts across, like, logically. What he's trying to say is that there are certain people who believe it's Obi or nothing, and that it is wrong for them to put all their eggs in one basket. That's all he's trying to say. And he should have just said that and keep it moving. What he's saying basically is that they don't want this thing where Obi is seen as the Messiah, the only one from the Southeast. They want to be able to have multiple messiahs so that they can, they have options essentially. Therefore, when it comes to Igbos having access to the presidency or whatever at the federal level, it's not only one person that they're putting up. They want to be able to have more than one person. That makes sense. How he arrived at that stuff, that's the premise. Everything he used to arrive at that junction was just absolutely unnecessary. So let's get back to some of the things he said. Number one, he said Yoruba people said it was their turn. That's not what happened. There was a group called G34, Group of 34. They were actually the ones who had the gentleman agreement amongst themselves because they were at the vanguard of actually restoring Nigeria to democratic ideals. And they were like, you know what? Let's have a situation where we have a Yoruba man because of what happened in 1993. And what happened in 1993, of course, you know that MK Abiola had won the election and the election was annulled. And so they were trying to make it up to Yoruba people. But here's the crazy part. Even then, they still had primaries in PDP. And guess what? The leader of G34 was one of the people that wanted to become president as well. What's his name? Ekweme. He was an Igbo man. There was Ekweme, there was Douglas, there was Jimmy Wobodo. They also wanted to be president in 1999. And they had primaries in Jos, February 1999. They didn't just say, oh, Yoruba people are the next. They said, Awon is their turn. We're just going to roll over. They gave, what's his name? They gave Obasanjo a run for his money. They contested primaries and he won. I'll find you I got the number, a nomination with 1,658 votes against Ekweme's 521 votes. In other words, even when they had the gentleman agreement that because of what happened in 1993, they should allow a Yoruba man to run on that platform, even then, Wobodo, Douglas, Equipment, they still ran for primaries. They still said they wanted to become president. The reason Anibowa did not become president in 1999 was not because they zoned it to Yoruba people. It was because they lost during the primaries. That's why. Let's See, Nigerian history, we'll be telling ourselves the truth. Why? So that nobody will gaslight the rest of us. Number two, so that young Igbo people also will not be victims of propaganda and misinformation. Nigeria did not roll over for Yoruba people in 1999. They should have. We'll get to that in a bit. They should have, because they promised to. But guess what? It's politics. So there was primary election. Obasanjo won with 1,658 votes. Ekweme, who was one of the leaders of G34, he won with 521 votes. That's why he did not run. It's not because Igbos were so magnanimous. 2 Igbos ran against him during the primaries. It was because they lost. And it's important to be saying this because they say things like, oh, at the end of the day, it was now Obasanjo versus Falaye. How did Falaye rise? In fact, it wasn't supposed to be Bola. It was supposed to be Bola Ige. It was just internal issues within the AD that eventually led to Olufalaye emerging as presidential candidate. And then APP then adopted him. So APP and AD worked together to have Olufalaye. But within PDP, they already had their own primary, and the Igbos that wanted to become president, they lost. That's how Obasanjo emerged. We should be telling ourselves the truth. Having said that, whatever they were even attempting to do in 1999 cannot be done to the Igbos. Why? Because they did the same thing for the Igbos in 1979. The war ended January 15, 1970. After about 30 months, right? 2.5 years from July 6, 1967 to January 15, 1970, the Civil War ended. When it was time, when the Civil War ended, we had a military regime, right? That was Gowon, and it was there till 75. Having become head of state in August 1966, 1st of August. Now, he was there till 75. The Murtala took over. He was assassinated in 1976, and then Obasanjo took over, and then he wanted to midwife the transition into civilian government. And there was going to be an election in 1979. There were 3 major political parties in 1979. Exactly what he's asking for in 2026 was what Nigeria gave to the Igbos in 1979. What did they do? There was NNPP. There was NPP, Nigeria People's Party. It had a presidential candidate who happened to be Igbo, Nnamdi Azikiwe. There was NPN. That's Shehu Shagari. The vice president was Alex Ekweme. There was UPN. The presidential candidate was Obafemi Awolowo. The vice president was Philip Umiadi. In other words, when you look at the 3 major political parties, the Igbos had either a presidential candidate or a vice presidential candidate in those 3 parties. In NPP, you had Azikiwe. In NPN, you had Ekweme. And in UPN, you had Philip Umiadi. And when Shagari won, Alex Ekweme became the vice president 9 years after the war. A lot of people throw darts at Nigeria and just, say all kind of rubbish. It's difficult to trust the losing side 9 years after the war with vice presidential slot. Now, you can say it's not as powerful as presidency, but the point is, you had something. If Azikiwe had won, it would have become the president. It just didn't win. I don't say make all of them Igbo, because when you were doing the 1999 stuff, you didn't make everybody Yoruba automatically. There was primary elections, just that your people lost. PDP did not just say Yoruba man. The whole thing is all gentleman agreement at the end of the day. That's why you don't see me crying about it and say, why did Alex Ekweme run? Why did he run? He's not the one of the leaders, but they made a promise. Why did he run? He ran because he wanted to run, and when he ran and he lost, he went to sit down. And then you had Obasanjo become president, period. Listen, there's no group in this country called Nigeria that can hold Nigeria to hostage with all this blackmail rubbish. Like, oh, something happened to us. Nothing happened to you, Toshe. Even my own people. Oh, they are not the election 1993. They've done it. They've quote unquote paid us back in 99. Whether they now had primary or not, at least we had the president in 99, Yoruba. That's it. Igbos could say, oh, there was a war. You can't use the war again in 2026. There's a video I want to respond to. Somebody sent it to me over the weekend. Sent it to me some days ago. I'm going to respond to that. If we have time, we'll respond it today. If not, maybe next week. All this nonsense about we are looking for reparations is just rubbish. While I will acknowledge the pains that people went through in the war, it's not I don't owe anybody in this. Nigeria does not owe any ethnic group, including my own. You're not going to blackmail the rest of the country with we went through something. You know what we went through? When all of you left and had also Abiola, we were left alone now to guard our spaces. You know what we went through? Do you see us crying about it every second? I don't understand. Like, you just come around and say, oh, see what they did to me. Because of what they did to me, I must have something. What did they do to you? There was a war. It was sad, terrible stuff. 9 years after the war, you had the vice president. Give me 10 examples in the world where you have such happen. Did they happen in the US with all that Senate climb? The South, the same thing happened. There were, agitations and, people were oil bunkering and fighting and bombing places all across the Niger Delta. So what did the powers that be, what did they do? They said, you know what? Excuse me. Just like we did for the Igbos in 1979, let's also do the same thing for folks in Niger Delta that was in 2007. So what did they do? They chose a man that wasn't he didn't really have electoral value, to be honest. But they wanted to make it up to them. So they chose Goodluck Jonathan. He became vice president. And due to whatever nature had in store, the president, Umar Yar'Adua, he passed on, he died while in office. And then Jonathan became president. So what did Nigeria do? Nigeria settled settled Igbo people in 1979, settled South, Niger Delta in 2007, just as you can say they settled Yoruba people in 1999. We don't owe anybody anything anymore. If you want to become president, you throw your hat in the ring. Nobody's owning anything to any Southeast. Did anybody zone anything to Southwest? No. And by the way, this zoning thing that is happening across political parties, I hope people understand that it's not a constitutional thing. Since everybody's always shouting constitution, there's nothing in the constitution that says you're going to become president because you're from the South or North. There's nothing like that. It's, as a matter of fact, it's actually something for PDP. In 1999, AD did not have to even think about it because it was a largely regional party, although it had a national outlook, but it was largely regional. And that's why AD conveniently won the 6 states of the Southwest. All right? APP did not say they were going to zone anything because they didn't even bother having primaries, just adopted AD whatever. PDP was the one that had a gentleman stuff of South-North. And no party since 1999 has ever microzoned. It's a broad-based thing. North-South. When you get to the South, whether you're now South-South though, or you decide to do it Southeast or Southwest, that's among you. Then he said if the APC should zone presidency to the Southeast, APC will be stupid to do that now. And I'm not even in APC, and I'm feeling embarrassed on behalf of APC. Why would they do that? What's the percentage of the votes that APC got in the last election in the Southeast? This is what we see. You are giving your brother in LP 90-something% in Labour Party. You are now telling APC to come and do something for you. Say what's happen. PDP is the one that owes Igbo people, not APC. Walai. Because you are the one that has a pact with PDP. You've been voting PDP until you change your mind and did LP. You will have to ask PDP to zone whatever they want to zone to you, not APC. APC owes you nothing. This is politics. They're just passionate, just shouting, oh, they must give us, they must allow us. Who are they? That's why President Tinubu said, power is not served a la carte. You've got to go there and you also for it and struggle and get it. When you're supposed to be having alliances, you are insulting the rest of us. Somebody came the other day, said all of us were, if I was talking to his family members, she was talking to our family members and maybe as elders. She said, Yoruba people were slaves. The Fulani are there also. Those ones were cows. And it's the turn of the Igbos to become the president. Go and become president now. You call everybody slaves and cows. Oh yeah, go and become the president. Now let's see. Nobody's making anybody president because of your tears. The thing is this, right? Number one, the Southeast has never been loyal to APC. Therefore, it would be stupid for APC to zone anything to the Southeast. It's just simple ABC. Kole. So what should they do? Either they begin to move, as a region, you should never put all your eggs in one basket to even begin with. It shows that you're a neophyte. How are you known as a region? We did it in 1999 and we quickly learned from our lesson when Obasanjo showed us Pepe. Everybody was doing AD in the Southwest back in the day. Obasanjo came with this abacadabra in 2003 and said, you know what? Let's adopt, that man was smart. Let's adopt myself as the president. Then you can have AD governors, but at the federal level, you have a PDP president, and that would be me. Everybody said, yeah, okay. They closed their eyes. By the time they opened, Obasanjo swept the whole Southwest. It's only one state that he could not take. That was Lagos. It's a game. And it's not an ethnic game. That particular game was a political game. It's a party game. And he won. And since then, people are very strategic. That's why I was saying the other day that while, of course, I support the President Tinubu in APC, is going to win by the grace of God next election. I support Obafemi Hamzat in Lagos State as governor. I support Yayi Adeola Solomon in Ogun State as governor. I can't tell you the same thing about your state. I was thinking about it this morning. That you first support him because want it daru, which is beautiful, by the way, just to be clear. Like it's exciting. And everywhere you look, you see quality material. You see they are called deserving their own. You have APC, although they have to be very careful with what they're doing though. And then you have Sheyi Makinde just joined another party. By the way, all those people that said that if you had Sheyi Makinde as president, they would have supported him because they are supporting Peter Obi because he's younger than Kini. They should now come and support Sheyi Makinde now. Because Sheyi Makinde is younger than Peter Obi. He's definitely smarter. Okay, and you can see from his result, the guy did well in Oyo State. So they should all go and vote for. Sheyi wants to become president. I know he's not going to win because obviously I want Tinubu to win. But I just like the politics, right? So you can't just say like I personally, I can't say APC in Oyo State or APC in Osun State. I don't know yet. It's very clear in Lagos. It's very clear in Ogun, but it's not very clear to me. What I'm trying to tell you is how sophisticated the people can get such that they're not too predictable. If you as a region, not as a state now, as a region, decide to pack all your eggs and be putting it in PDP baskets since 1999, now get 2026, you are now issuing notice to the APC saying that they should zone presidency. How? Where? Why? When? I can assure you, all things being equal, because anything can change, it's politics after all, but all things being equal, 2031, you're going to have a Northerner become president, and it'll be there in 2039. And I can assure you, all things being equal again, Tipa Mafima is south. It's either going to be south or southwest. How do I know that? See the way people are playing the game now. See what south people are. Do you think? Are you not noticing how interesting the game is in the south? Why do you think they all moved to APC? And even then, some of them can be counted on to go to other parties. People in South are the political class, they are playing that game. I'm sure when it's time to move, maybe they will also port the same way they ported. Again, I'm not saying this is the perfect system that Nigeria should be having at this point. But again, we are evolving, right? Our parties are not ideologically driven, which is sad. So you can just port anytime. But nobody can insult anybody for that. Particularly if you're obedient. You can't say people are traveling from one party to another because your Lord and Savior is having the testimony of Reuben, unstable, just moving everywhere. So you can't even call anybody unstable. The point I'm trying to make, though, is that the way the South is positioning, the way the region is positioning itself, or the way the political class there are positioning that region, they're going to have what it takes to negotiate. It's about that word, negotiation. But from the 2039, they will have the capacity to negotiate for power. And that's why I said it's either them or the Southwest. They are properly positioned to negotiate. And they will get it. And if they don't get it, the Yorubas will get it again. And then he said that Igbos are the only ones who have not produced president in the South. How now? When was the last time you saw an IBBO president? There's no IBBO president. There's no EFIC president. The assumption that there are only two ethnic groups in the South is insulting to the many other ethnic groups in the South. There's no Isoko president, no Edo president. We've not had the Bini president or an Esako president, no Isha president. We don't have any Isoko Urobo president. Are they not in the South? The Ijo that we had, did we get Ijo presidency because of tantrums, throwing tantrums all over the place? And in the North, do you have a Hausa president? Who is the Hausa president you've had? Shea, at least you have your own seat to say it was there for 6 months. You had the Governor General who was there since 1959 till 1966. Azikiwe. How many did you get from Hausa land? The assumption that is Yoruba Igbo is a lie or is even disrespect. That's another thing. You've got to respect people now. When you talk with this thing of you are the is entitlement. The Ijo man can actually allow you have his, you know, people can let you have what belongs to them if you know how to treat them properly. They'll just go around throwing your weight all over the place, telling them that it's your turn when you don't have anything to negotiate with, because 90% of your people have voted for Peter Obi. Why would I? Let's assume I'm an APC. Why on earth am I going to zone anything to the southeast? You are thinking, just give us a man. I'm thinking, is he going to win? Because political parties want to win. They're going to spend money. What's the return on investment? ROI is that they win the election. What's the assurance they're going to win in the southeast? It's almost zero. Well, maybe 10%. I don't know if people are going to spend all that money for 10% or 8%. Last election, Kini APC ban in the southeast last election, showed to 5% share. I don't think APC got up to 5, maybe 5 or I'm sure it's less than 10. Keep playing that game. By the time you are done, you guys will wake up and discover that you are playing a very, very wrong game. So, just to cap it up, number one, there was no time that Yoruba people said in 1999 that it was their turn. As a matter of fact, it was a group called G34 that came up with a gentleman agreement, which was brilliant, that Yoruba should be allowed to be president because of what happened in 1993 with the annulment of MQ and Abiola's election results, which is fair. However, when it was time to actually allow a Yoruba man to run, the Igbos within the PDP said they also wanted to run. So they had a primary, and Olusegun Obasanjo won the primary. If you want to run, you to go and do primary. Your Lord and Savior doesn't even want to do primaries. He's always running away from, as if he didn't go to primary school. I don't know. Anyway, Obasanjo won with Makuku Wansi Mari, for instance. No. Obasanjo won that primary with 1,005. Mumbo, we must find it because we have to read it out. 1,658 votes against Ekweme's 521 votes. So he won the primaries. He did not become PDP candidate because he was a Yoruba man. He became PDP candidate because he won that primary. So you to go and run your primary elections. That's one. Number two, whatever you think you are asking Nigerians for Igbo in 2026 was already done for your fathers in 1979 as a way to bring them back into the fold and give them a sense of belonging after the war. If in your history they omitted all those things and just focused on victimhood, and you're not crying in 2026, you will cry for a very long time because nobody will be moved. And it's not because they are not compassionate, it's because they have discovered that you want to blackmail them with this victim nonsense. So if you are looking for presidency and say, come and give it to us, nobody. We did this in 79. Think about it, by the way. The vice president to Zik was a Christian, Christian ticket. In fact, maybe we should have the conversation about that 79 election. UPN had a Christian ticket. Aula was a Christian. Philip Umeadi was a Christian. Zik had a Christian ticket. The vice president, what's his name? Is it Chiroma? I'll remember his name. He was also a Christian. The crazy part, though, is that Awolowo reached out to Zik in 1979 so they would have an alliance. And just like he did in 1959, he betrayed Awo. People don't talk about it enough. We should be talking about these things. If you read this book, I think it's here. There's an image here. There's an image here where they were having the meeting where they were going to work together. Oh boy, you guys, your elders are blessed in Jesus' name. Let's not say anything negative. If I find you that picture, I'll show you. It's inside this book. The book is called Awo, Unfinished Greatness. It's by Olufemi Ogunsanwo. I think it's available on Redomi Books on Telegram. I want to show you that picture. I hope I find it. They were together at 79 elections. Before Zik went to do exactly what Zik did in 59, he ran back to, this is the picture. Bookmark me this up, Ojabo. Let me show you the picture. This one. Zik agrees to collaborate with Awo for the second round of the 1979 presidential election at a press conference in Lagos, the first collaboration since the 1951 election. 51 election is talking about the Western Region Parliament election. Thank you, my battlefield, sir. Thank you, sir. Ishaya Audu, that was Zik's vice presidential candidate in 1979. He was also a Christian. It was after that it was saying that it was a beautiful bride. Yes, Madam Osun, that was a beautiful bride. Everybody wanted him. I mean, recall, let me talk like Okonkwo. Recall that Zik himself had retired before that election, and then he was wooed by folks in NPP, right? Because the chairman wanted to be the presidential candidate, and they weren't very happy with that arrangement. So they went to get Zik, and of course Zik wanted to also get involved in the next dispensation, contrary to what he had said that he had retired, and of course was going to help the Igbos also have a foothold, so to speak, in Nigerian political landscape since the war. So it made sense for him to run. Well, they ran. They were going to have collaboration and coalition. It never worked out. The details we'll talk about it some other time. But the point I'm trying to make is that election had a Christian ticket from UPN, a Christian ticket from NPP, and nobody was shouting Christian. So when people come around now and say Muslim ticket, Tinubu and Kineko, so what? And let me say this, but if you're a Christian from the southwest, Ejamaru no. If they tell you that, I know I'm talking about many things, but stay with me. If they tell you that you can't have a Muslim ticket, what you are saying invariably, seeing the way Nigeria is structured as it is right now, what you're saying is that a Yoruba Toje Muslim will never become president of Nigeria. Because the North is structured along religious lines. We are not, as Yoruba people. Meanwhile, since Tinubu now became head of state, how many of you has he sent to Mecca to Islamize you? In the North, you can't really have a Christian ticket, right? A Northerner who is a Christian to win elections the way they are structured right now. Is it right? That's not the point. It's just the reality. If you join a political party, your goal in life is not to go and be making any points. Your goal in life is to win. Tinubu wants to win. And if he wants to win, he's going to get somebody that will help him win. Not all these tears of Christian, Muslim. When they were doing Christian tickets, they said they were going to Christianize Nigeria. All of that to say this. Whatever the Igbos are looking for in 2026 was given to them in 1979. And they should go back in the past to find it. That's stuff about the war. If we have time, we'll get to it. But let's finish listening to Kenneth Okonkwo. It's been funny so far, but I understand the passion. But I'll say this, that what he started with, in terms of the premise that Igbos should not have only one person, and that the idea of it's Igbo, it's Peter Obi or nothing, it's detrimental to them. I agree with that. But I'm not going to agree with anybody blackmailing me because they went through something. That is not my, I don't owe you anything on that. May God bless all of us. Let's listen to him. This Kenneth Walker. Let's continue listening. Thank you.
I will not contest. If APC zones it to Southeast, I will tell ADC to talk about zoning. It is a way to deny Igbo of what is their own turn. If APC...
Guys, I'm sorry. What do you mean zoning is a way to deny Igbo of what the Kiniko? It's a bit, you're not involved in APC now. Sorry, I just found it very funny and I had to say something. I apologize. Let's continue, I beg.
Zones this ticket to Southeast, just like Atiku Abubakar said in 2023. Atiku Abubakar said, if you zone this ticket to Southeast PDP, I will not contest. If APC zones it to Southeast, I will tell ADC to zone it immediately to Southeast. And if they don't, I'll campaign for APC. Take my word for it.
So you are basically an ethnic-oriented person.
Thank you for that question.
You just wanted your man from your clan,
yes,
for an Igbo man to be president. That's your grouse.
Thank you very much for that question. Because if you vote for Tinubu again in 2023, the Southwest will have it for 16 years. And they've had vice president for 8 years. And Igbo has not had it at all. No vice president, no president. It has nothing to do with ethnicity. It has something to do with justice. And I am telling you that the only reason I'm saying there should be alignment is exactly what Tinubu did. Tinubu did not recognize that Jonathan has not done 8 years. He aligned with the North and defeated Jonathan so that he could create the avenue for him to come back and become president. That is what I am doing. I am going to make all the necessary alignment to make sure that somebody from the Southeast becomes president or vice in 2027 and become president thereafter. It has nothing to do with ethnicity. I fought for Yaradua. When Yaradua died, I wrote an article why Jonathan should not run in 2011 for the North to complete their 8 years. Nobody heard me. The article is there. It was published in Sun. It was published in Lawmaker.
That same Jonathan,
came in, Jonathan should be allowed to finish his 8 years so that you don't correct a mistake with another mistake. They did not listen to me. They cut off Goodluck Jonathan's time. And now Tinubu is coming. And you're telling me 8-year arrangement is unacceptable to me.
If an ethnic group has produced 2 presidents since 1999 and 1 vice president, don't you think you should listen to them and ask them, or at least go to them and ask them, how are you doing it? Because you have to realize that if they did not shout like you're doing and they got what you claim they have, what makes you think that what you're doing right now will get you what you desire? Clearly, this path that you're taking, which folks before you have also taken, leads to nowhere. It leads nowhere. So you can cry from now till thy kingdom come. You still have another Yoruba president. And it's not because Yoruba... It's because... I don't want to toot any horn, but here's the point. There is a way... There is a way. Sacred Socrates on YouTube, thank you so much for the gift. I really do appreciate your support. God bless you. There's a way these things are done. It's not by cursing people out. By the way, to be fair, he didn't curse anybody out, but the majority of people curse people out on social media, assuming that when they curse you enough, you now want to remove the curse by giving them what they want, which is absolutely ridiculous. But here's the point. I don't think you're going to get a vice presidential candidate this way. I don't know anybody that's just going to say, okay, because they are angry, let's give them vice president. It doesn't mean anything. And here's the thing, and this is actually, I say this with all sense of, respect. I'm not trying to downplay any ethnic group, but there's something that we have noticed since 2015. This is 2026. Since 2015, we've had 3 electoral cycles. We had Buhari's first term, 2015, Buhari's second term, 2019, and then President Tinubu's first term, 2023. And in these 3 electoral cycles, we've discovered that you don't need the Southeast to win. It's not something to say, to gloat. I'm not gloating over it. It's just the reality of Nigerian political landscape. You don't need the Southeast to win. It's a very chilling, how do you put it? Like it should humble people. If your region doesn't have to be taken in order for a person to become president, what does that tell you about your capacity for negotiation? You don't have it. Do these people not sit down and think about this thing? I mean, Buhari won twice and he lost in your region, but he won. This president, Tinubu, became president and he lost in your region. You have nothing to negotiate with. That's what it means. And again, I'm not gloating. I'm not saying that, it is what it is. I'm not saying that somebody is bad or religion or one region is clinical. Everybody is necessary and useful and everything. But if people have tried over and over again, thank you for the gift. If people have tried over and over again and they've won without you, you can't be shouting to get them to work with you. That's the point. And I hope I'm communicating it with enough respect, because that's my intention. I'm not trying to reduce anybody's but it's the truth. How people learn. Because if, someone says the numbers are dispersed, that thing you just said right now was what Kanayo was saying the other election. They would do it all over Nigeria. There's a scripture. Don't think of yourself too more highly than you should. Don't assume that you have this network. You're not selling stuff. You're trying to vote. You moved over 200,000 voters card into Lagos last election. Churches, there were certain churches that INEC officials were camped there to be registering people, until folks in that place now had to call the Nigerian police to dismantle whatever it is they were doing. They looked like a racket, to be honest. All this kidney of I can connect myself, you cannot do it. And here's the humbling thing about Nigerian political system. Even if you are the majority in this country, you cannot win on your own. You can't. Peter Obi had 6 million votes last election. How many did Buhari have in 2003? 12 million. He did not win the election. It's not just about the numbers, it's about the spread. You've got to have 2/3 majority in 2/3 of the states in Nigeria. It's not just about your local government or your local region or whatever. You've got to have that spread. Why do you think I love Tinubu? That man, it will work, but even if it doesn't work, there are people that are strategically positioned. I mean, 30 years is not kekere. You have people in different parts of the country to make sure that things work for you. Not just be shouting, we are the... When he's telling you Emilokon, by the way, the Emilokon thing that people are always referring to, it wasn't to Nigeria. I was saying that to APC members in Ogun State because of the primary elections, which is quite interesting, that a person who midwifed the formation of APC, having brought in his own political machinery in ACN, that one who helped Buhari win, what Buhari could not do since 2003. Buhari tried 3 times. He was having 12 million votes, so he was having lots of votes, but he never won until he worked with Tinubu. But even then, when it was time for Tinubu to become president, he was subjected to primary elections. That's the thing that your own Lord and Savior is running away from. Even the one who midwifed the whole party, who had his own structure, been building for 30 years, he still had to go through primary, and they did everything to frustrate him, and he still won. That's the one you want to come and cry and say, it's our turn, we too want to get something. To that kind of person, you are joking. I hope everybody is fine, Sha. But to be honest, people can do it without your region, and it's not a very good thing. Make of that what you will. May God give all of us understanding. Let us move away from this matter. Let us now go to Tinubu. What's the big deal about Tinubu? President Tinubu has been in Rwanda for some days, and am I proud of him? He talked about investment, talked about the young people, he talked about working with multinationals, local companies, building infrastructure in different parts of Nigeria. I'll say this, just watching him talk, I was very proud. And I am proud. Sorry, somebody says, did I just say they're joking? No, I meant the person saying that, guys, why did you change my topic? I meant the person saying that they should zone things to their region so that they can have a sense of whatever. That person is joking because they don't need their region. And like I say that with all sense of respect and responsibility. If we'll cut it and join this thing. I'll go back to Tinubu. If you look at your state in life, okay, and you know where you are, there's where you want to be, and this applies to all of us. It's not even about ethnicity. There's a place you want to be. There's a place you are now. You dream of a great future, but you've got to be realistic about where you are, and then you build towards it. And you're not going to get there by throwing tantrums and demanding, and you cannot demand when you have no leverage. I'm just wondering, what's the leverage that the Southeast has? That the Southeast have? What's that leverage they have? I don't know. That's why your question is bringing me back to the other stuff. When people say they should do sit at home, I was like, you said you are smarter than everybody. How can you have sit at home when the nation does not depend on your space? Do you know that if you sit at home, you'll be hurting yourself? You're not Niger Delta. You're not Southwest. If you sit at home, because nobody will miss anything. It is well, oh. Let's just stop there, beg. I don't want to make just wonder sometimes, like, people insult everybody, say everybody is stupid, and then they act, and I'm wondering, who is stupid now? But we'll leave that for another time. Let us go to Jagaban. I'm very happy with Jagaban. I mean, I was really proud just listening to him. And I think I'd like to share that with you. It's in two parts. The first one was with this lady who used to be in BBC. Can't recollect her name now. The other person was a Caucasian. But let's take a listen to, I think her name is, I think it's Amina, something. Very major voice on BBC at the time. So yeah, let's take a listen to this, and then I'll listen to the other one with the gentleman later. So here, he's talking about investment. Yeah, take a listen to. I'll just play. Okay, thank you, Zainab Badawi. God bless you, Akin Omakin. You will not lack help. See how Zainab became Amina in my head. But thank you, it's Zainab Badawi. Thank you very much. So yeah, she was the one interviewing him, and in this particular clip, they talk about investment and what. No, I want to play this one later because I want to compare it with something else. No, I want to be a bit cheeky. But I'll play that later. Let's start with what he said about infrastructure. 1 second, please. All right, please take a listen to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. This was in Kigali.
Around the world, particularly Iran conflict, Nigeria won't be able to survive with over 200 million people in peace without a refinery. And what a risk taker like a Dangote refinery must be encouraged by the government and power. What I did, support him, give him free trade zone license, support him in the effort to source the crude that is necessary. And today he is the exporter, net exporter of both the PMS, aviation fuel, and other commodities.
Yeah, we heard that he's favouring all the African carriers, Ethiopian Airlines and so on, for the aviation fuel that's in great demand. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
But he's producing 650,000 barrels per day, which is only enough for 70% of Nigeria's needs. So he's still a little bit away from being able to export, refined oil, petrol to his neighbors.
Yes, and it's been supported. My own formula is, like I said, put your money where your mouth is. When they're about to start a crisis, say, okay, what is the denominated currency in Nigeria? That is Naira. I have crude that you expect me to export in dollar. So I give you, as my local refinery, I give you crude in Naira. No letter of credit, no bank scrambling, and exchange rate instability. Problem.
You meant, the cross-border payments, which means, African countries don't have to convert to USD and so on. So that, very good, the cross-border payments and so on. But just very quickly as an aside, I mean, I think it was you or maybe President Oligi Nguema who mentioned monetary union and how the euro has got the euro. So if Europe's got the euro, when will Africa get the afro?
Nigeria, I would say, and speaking for Africa, as African champion, putting our spirit behind what we talk about is creating a platform. Look around the entire continent, 54 countries. There's none of us without a particular commodity available in the country or the other. Why not start an exchange commodity platform where we can trade with one another?
Well, why don't you start one?
You say?
Why don't you start the commodity exchange we're talking about? You're the most numerous country, biggest economy, or South Africa, the two of you battle it out at times, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so you mentioned commodities, and let me bring in President.
Jesus is Lord. You two just brought one depressing speech, but I'm not going to play it. Let's just put it aside. Anyway, I would like, for those who work in that space, someone says probably has something to do with the free trade agreement that has not yet been implemented. Probably that's why we don't have what the president is talking about yet. So if you work in that space or you know more about it, when it's time to contribute, please feel free to come up. While we wait for you, we're going to listen to other things that he had to say. This particular clip, he talked about investment opportunities in Nigeria, in Africa, and how we have a very youthful population. Please take a listen to this.
Investment is very cowardly unless you are transparent, accountable, and forthright. And part of that element is African looking at itself, making sure that we can put these resources together and go out there and negotiate for ourselves. To me, I wrote an article on in the Financial Times talking about international rating agencies. What do they know about Rwanda? Have they visited Rwanda and seen the potential tourism of this country?
And its growth last year of 9.4%.
9.4%. And if you don't leverage that one in value creation, how can Rwanda benefit?
Well, why don't you get your own African credit rating agency? Because the big American three, Fitch, S&P, and Moody's, they dominate 95% of the market.
We're doing that. That is why we recapitalize all our financial institutions.
Because they give Africa consistently low ratings.
You have to help yourself. Now, no one can take metal out of Nigeria without adding value. No one. Gone are the days where you can excavate the dust, all the minerals, and go. No. I can produce battery for cars with my metals. Rare earth mineral is valuable. But if a Mobil, a Total, a Shell, we value what is on the ground as a balance sheet item capable of funding and raising capital that is necessary for the exploration and production of my resources.
Yeah.
Why not do it for me too?
But you know, and I'll put this to both of you. Government has a role to play, and sometimes, sadly, they don't, do they?
I'm already playing that.
But we're talking continent-wide here.
Removing all the bottlenecks, giving you necessary incentives for direct foreign investment into the country. This year alone, I can beat my chest that Nigeria is attracting close to $20 billion foreign direct investment. It's because unwind the bottlenecks, be efficient, be transparent, be open. There's no intellectual capacity that is deniable by the rest of the world.
Okay, let's see what President Oligi Ngema says. So government, you have a role to play in creating that enabling environment for the private sector to flourish so you can work together in the way Dangote did with the Nigerian government, with the refinery.
So there was another president that was being asked a question. I just want to focus on Tinubu's responses. I think they're very brilliant, and also shows that a lot of thought went into the things he said. All right, please let's continue listening. Listen to a few clips, okay?
Enabling environment, but there are other things that governments can do to mobilize their domestic resources, and as I said, the tax to GDP ratio in Africa is the lowest in the world at 16%. When you were governor of Lagos, you put a lot of work into doing something there with local taxes, didn't you? But it's still pitifully low all over Africa.
But today, Lagos state is the 5th largest economy in Africa.
But looking at the I mean, yes, all right, I'll let you brag about Lagos and Nigeria, but you were chair of ECOWAS.
I'm very proud of the legacy I left behind there.
Okay, all right.
I'm still monitoring that.
You talked about beating your chest, President Tinubu. You've done plenty of that, but you were chair of ECOWAS until last year. So just looking at the region, West Africa, but also the continent as a whole, when we're talking about, you know, mobilizing domestic resources, people don't trust governments, the informal economy is very high, so it makes it much harder to get taxation for the public purse.
Tax reform will have to be written in English language, understandable, and not Japanese in English. A standard that everyone will be able to pay, not for the avoidance, but
government.
I was just trying to concentrate, and then Jakesman went and wrote something in the comment section. He said, Ajay, Obi won't understand anything from the woman's question. I would love to say you're wrong, but I'd rather play something to confirm exactly what your sentiments are. Take a listen.
Biggest drain to our foreign exchange, which is affecting both our reserve and our exchange rate, is the foreign exchange.
The biggest rate on our foreign exchange is there's another one where they ask him question. I'll play that one later. Ah, God. They asked him question about green energy. Oga law. We'll talk about that. I'll play that later. Let's just go back to the president and the things they have to say. I'll play a few clips before we. Let's go back to President Tinubu in Kigali. Please take a listen.
It is very welcoming to see that we are up to it. And I must congratulate my brother, the president of, Wanja to putting this together, and congratulate all of you organizers and the participants. For me, Africa needs to put its money where its mouth is.
Would you put your microphone where your mouth is? Yeah. Thank
you. We need to put our money where our mouth is and develop a relationship. Luckily, we have African trade agreement that should not be left on the drawing board, should be activated properly. Regional collaboration and effective utilization of our resources, not working in silos, but in collaboration with one another, using what we have. To me, I believe in Africa first, because I've started Nigeria first. And all resources, today, we don't want scavengers. We don't want extractors. We want people to add value. If you're an investor, we will encourage you to add value to what we have as a nation before that is. That's it.
Thank you. We'll come to Africa moving up the value chain, but I'll just come President Oligui Nguema of Gabon just to ask him really this.
All right. There's another clip where he talked about the fact that we have a very youthful and dynamic population in Nigeria and Africa. Please take a listen to this.
21st century class of communication.
Okay. So just really, I mean, it would be remiss of me not to mention the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which sort of came into being in earnest in 2021. And it very much embodies the kind of Pan-African spirit and, domestic resource mobilization, looking at yourselves and the continent in order to prosper. But we are starting from a very low base. 18% of intra-African trade in Africa is intra-African. Are you optimistic?
I am.
You are?
Very optimistic. We have a very dynamic, youthful population, restless and not ready to take excuses. I'm a politician. If I don't get them ready for that, they will vote me out.
I was talking to one of the delegates here, Ebenezer Asante from MTN, and he said to me, if you get the chance to ask the president, say to them, listen, politics always gets in the way of integration, is what he said. He's right.
He's right.
Yeah. But you're the politician. You can do something about that and use your influence across the continent.
A politician is a critical member of your society. He must listen to you, respond to you, and answered to the public, can be accountable.
President.
Well, we're not going to listen to everything he said, but I'll say this, that the clarity of thought that he possessed and that he expressed, it's just a blessing, right? And of course, we also know that these things have been implemented in the country, so we can be proud. But that's not the end of it. I'm not going to play everything, but there are other clips, like I mentioned earlier. Someone asked earlier who the interviewer was. That was Zainab Badawi. But there was another forum. This was African CEO Forum. There was another session he had where another gentleman, asked him questions. And I want us to just explore some of the things they discussed, just in case you have not watched or you were not watching it live while it was streaming. At least we can all listen to it together. Okay, just a few clips here and there to keep us abreast of what's happening. Please take a listen to this.
Fantastic. So you let's assume that you win a second term. You will be in your most politically potent moment. Clinton did his best work in the first 2 years of his second term. President Obasanjo in Nigeria did a lot of his deep reforms in the first 2 years of his second term. What would you do in the first 2 years of your second term?
Do more work. More challenges are there. The world won't wait for anybody. You have to continue to reset and rethink, challenge the intellectual curiosity of you as a government. The philosophy I came with in governance is believing that the hallmark of a transformative leader is the ability to take decisions, do what you do at the time it ought to be done on behalf of the people. If you miss that curve, you're not on the path to success. And that's what I believe. First time, took hard decisions regardless of pain. Stop reading newspapers and commentary because I know I was going to get a big pushback, and I did. I was sitting on a hot burner. But we made the curve. Today there's a very bright light at the end of the corner. The economy is stable, the naira is stable, predictable. Planners can do reasonable budget. They can plan their lives well. The children are in school. The vulnerables are being helped. We have a direct transfer to very poor households right now going on, are able to support education for those students ordinarily who stay out of school because their parents cannot afford school fees. They are now, I'm even giving them allowances and upkeeps for their school.
My name
All right, so in this next clip, he talked about being audacious with infrastructure, and that some of the things that we're now seeing, like the Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, the Sokoto Badagry Highway, that some of those projects have been planned, right, since about 45 years ago, thereabout, but that he has, decided to pick the gauntlet, and we're seeing the results of those things. He's going to talk about that right about now. Please take a listen to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
We need to do most. Who needs most protection in Nigeria? Is it consumers and citizens, or is it big business?
Protect, support for the big business, for them to be able to make revenue and create the jobs necessary. For example, a Dangote, a Boa, and others. And how can I stimulate the production process? Okay. I decided to be audacious with infrastructure. Things that if we planned 47 years, 45 years back, and they couldn't do. I am back on that. Open 800 kilometers of waterfront road, Calabar Coastal Road, so that I can create opportunity for those who will stay in an area. Then, what do I do with that roadwork? I chose to use cement being produced in Nigeria, a concrete road, so that I don't have to import bitumen and, give foreign exchange to a non-productive sector of the economy. The steel being used is made in Nigeria. So my philosophy is Nigeria first. And then to go forward, when, even before the advent of this crisis that could have created instability, look at what a Dangote refinery is. It's a risk taker. He has invested in an audacious, refinery. What should my government do? Support him, encourage him. So for that, crude being produced in Nigeria is Nigeria dominated. It's Nigerian crude. So give him crude in Naira. You don't have to, go through letter of credit and bureaucracy and make, foreign exchange difficult for him. Give it to him in Naira.
Fantastic. The coastal road, let's talk about that because it.
So very quickly about the coastal road, I'm looking at a document here. This is from mongabe.com. There's another report in Ogun State Television that talked about how the blueprint for the Sokoto Badagry Spyway, for instance, was actually created in the late 1970s, early 1980s by the Shehu Shagari administration, and that was when they conceptualized the road. But we see what's happening now. It had to wait all these years, and when the military took over in 1983, that was with Buhari. They just shelved the whole idea, right? And now it's been built. Same goes for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. The idea basically was to have an unbroken Atlantic coastal road linking Lagos to the Niger Delta and terminating in Calabar. And it was formally proposed in the late 1970s. All of that to say that some of the things you're seeing, that we see him, executing now, are plans that, the government has had for many years. So we should be proud that these things are being done. New opportunities are opening up, particularly with the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. You see new estates developing. You see people moving into start new, businesses in those areas to serve whether the commuters or even real estate development in those spaces. All of that to say that we're going to have another session, by the way. We're going to talk about the things that he has done so far, like in different sectors of the economy. I did some work. I highlighted about 6 that covers just about everything, whether it's education or health or social welfare and things like that, infrastructure and so on and so forth. We should talk more about the things that President Tinubu has done, and we will be doing that in the coming days. There's 1 or 2 more videos I'd like you to take a listen to before we play that other stuff, and I'll bring people up, and then hopefully we'll get to other things much later. Here is the president talking about the fact that you can't do anything in isolation, and it's important for Nigeria. No, before we go to the isolation thing, let's finish this stuff about the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. There's this one where we're talking about how the road they're building will link Nigeria to Benin Republic and even Ghana. And that was when I was talking to Zainab Badawi. After this, I'll then play the thing about working in isolation, or not working in isolation, that it's better to work with other people. So let's take this one with Zainab Badawi first, talking about working with Dangote and Bua Cement to build the road that will go all the way to Benin Republic and Ghana. Take a listen, please.
In Nigeria, give you an example. In Nigeria, the Sokoto-Badagry road that embark upon is 1,000 kilometers of road that is going to link Benin Republic and all the way to Ghana. By the time we finish. When I embark on the road, I call Boa, call Dangote, you have cement producers. I'm not going to import bitumen. I'm going to use the concrete road that will last about 500 years, if it is possible.
Hold it up higher.
And that's what I did. When you see this road today, they are all concrete. I didn't have to import bitumen.
Yeah. Of course, the big cement kings. So, okay, you're talking about
with the crisis around the world, particularly Iran conflict, Nigeria won't be able to survive with over 200 million people in peace without a refinery. And what a risk taker like a Dangote refinery must be encouraged by the government and power. What I did, support him, gave him free trade zone license, support him in the effort to source the crude that is necessary. And today he is the exporter, net exporter of both the PMS, aviation fuel, and other commodities.
Yeah, we heard that he's favouring all the African carriers, Ethiopian Airlines and so on, for the aviation fuel that's in great demand. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
But he's producing 650,000 barrels per day, which is only enough for...
We had that part earlier, and yeah, the last one we're going to listen to. By the way, if you notice, I'm not spending time to analyze what they are saying. I just want us to listen to it. So maybe when people come up, we can then talk about specific parts of the conversations. So here's the last one that talked about, the last one we're playing here, that talks about not working in silos or in isolation. Please take a listen to the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
We're in a very turbulent time geopolitically. I can't be alone here to have woken up on Christmas Day very surprised to see that the United States had bombed northern Nigeria. There are more pragmatic French military partnerships happening where states in coastal West Africa concerned about what's happening in the Sahel are reaching out now to the French. Benin recently in December also to foil a coup attempt. Is this an era of pragmatic partnerships? How are you working with the US? How are you working with France? And how are you working with African partners to guarantee the security which is so badly needed, not just in northern Nigeria, but in the region?
Those are things, security challenges will always be there. Those are things you cannot do alone. You can't operate the world in isolation. Even Trump, as bold as he is, he's in China. He's talking about them on Taiwan. So who am I in Nigeria to say I will do it alone? I must embrace my neighbors. I must pursue pragmatic collaboration and partnership, which is very necessary to assist and make progress. and security of life and properties of our people. And that is.
All right. There are many clips. We just can't play everything. But you know what? I think this one is deserving of being heard. That was the last one I said, Abby. This one is quite short. It has to do with the Nigerian army, Nigerian military, and I think it's important to take a listen to this one. Please, quickly, let's listen to this.
That is what we are doing.
There was a period, obviously, the intervention in Liberia, when people really sort of respected Nigerian military muscle, and as you say, you were considered the big brother in the region. I think maybe over the last decade, Nigeria has lost some of that diplomatic heft. How can we bring it back?
It's there. People might think because the narrow path of the challenges that we face today, because it was an indoor program for us. We were hemmed in. Zaire in crisis. You have Sudan in crisis. We have stabilized West Africa to some extent, and it was a quick action for any intruder in Benin Republic. And I didn't waste time for that. I didn't even have to ask anybody. No, God. So you have to be quick and fast. Nigeria is still there. Collaboration with trainings and support. Yes, challenges will be always be there. There are troublemakers all over. And when you are making changes you are getting some people out of work or food, or corruption and all of that. You'll be challenged. But you have to just be focused and be alert.
Fantastic.
All right. Great listening to some of these clips, and I just wanted to keep all of us abreast of what is happening in Africa, particularly with that summit and the things that the president had to say in Kigali. Someone mentioned earlier that there are others, that it's wrong to compare President Tinubu and the other gentleman, and it's true. I think it's almost a sin, and how to prove that it's almost a sin is what I want to just quickly do before I bring people up. If you want to come up, please send your request on TikTok. If you are not on TikTok and you want to come up, please send a message to me on Telegram at @Busuyoris, then I'll call you. Okay, thank you very much for the gift, T-Girl. Good to see you. It's been a minute. Thank you for the gift, and everybody who has given so far. I mean, I've been talking and not, acknowledging, but I really do appreciate every gift. Thank you very much. So, if you'd like to come up, if you're on TikTok, please send your request. If you are on any other platform, whether Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, please send a message to Busui Oris on Telegram. I will call you in. All right. Anyway, we're saying that it's not good to compare. Ah, man. Who are you guys? Who wrote this in the comment section to your long? And what's the meaning of that nano that is always saying? What's the meaning of that? Is it Obi Nano? I watched SA Plains toilet. If you watch toilets, Nigeria will be secured. Anyway, take a listen to Obi answer one question like that before we move on to other serious
I have one question from Twitter, and he says,
Julius, answer. Carry on.
Okay. I am Akeem Adenuga, tweeting from Ibadan, Nigeria. Sir, I would like to ask you, what do you think about the Green Energy Initiative the current APC administration signed Nigeria up to, considering your policies intend to pursue aggressive production and industrialization?
I didn't understand you. Can you help me?
Sure. This is a question from Akeem Adenuga. He's tweeting from Ibadan in Nigeria. And what he's asking is, I would like to ask, what do you think about the Green Energy Initiative that has been administered by the APC administration, considering your policies to pursue aggressive production and industrialization in Nigeria?
Quite frankly, you know, there's been a lot of talk about green energy and climate change and everything. I'm not very vast. I've read a lot about them, and we will all consider it in whatever we're doing. But quite frankly, I'm going to be aggressive in other areas than in some of the things that are coming out on the issue of climate change. We're going to deal with it. We're going to give it attention. But these things are not more important.
Very much.
Also, this question made me hate him that time. Really? Yeah. Even the audience, they just laugh. That's the person that wants to become the president of Nigeria. Meanwhile, he had a conversation with Mr. K on News Central, where he said, will I say his job when he becomes, which will not happen, that as the president, he will be traveling all over Nigeria just to be able to know exactly what people are feeling. Please take a listen to this.
The people, that's why I said, I'll do a tour. I go to the people, that's why I said, I'll do a tour. I want to go to Jos, for example, spend 2 days, listen to the leaders and why we have this problem there.
When are you going to do that? When you get into office? When are you going to have 4 years?
No, can't you have enough time? Where is your president today? He's spending 2 weeks outside. He said 2 weeks can be spent 3 days in Jos. Okay. 3 weeks. He goes out for 3 weeks. Assuming he's going to states, he cannot stay more than 7 states, 3 days. Your president traveled out of 365 days, 192 days. 192 days divided by 3. 3 days. How many is it? Just use 180, let's say half of the year. There. Half, 180 days. Divide 3 is 60. How many states do we have? 36. You have more than enough time.
More than enough time.
More than enough time. I thought all local governments.
Okay. All right, Mr. Peter Obi.
Very much.
So you're not going to tour local governments when you're campaigning. After you become president, you want to know exactly what problems people are having in different parts of the country. This person is not ready. There's another video, I wish I could find it, where I was talking about the fact that all he wants to do is spend one term. I'll see if I can find you that video. Anyway, the point is the idea that the person who was governor for 8 years did not even fix all the security challenges they had in that space, which is like a few local governments in your state, right? But you're going to be the one to travel around Nigeria. There's that one I really would love to play if I find it. Where I was talking about one term. I don't know. By the way, the folks who are supporting him, who are from the Southeast, if this thing, Timbari might play. Let me just bring people up. I'll play later if I find it. What I was talking about spending one term, which is quite interesting considering it's somebody who really wants to become president of Nigeria. So we'll see how that goes. All right, let's bring some people up. After the conversation, after your submissions, we'll now go to the topic that has to do with the civil war. All right. So when you come up, please mute and please keep your submissions short and clean. All right. Thank you. And thank you very much for that gift, Free Spirit. I really appreciate it. Please mute. Please mute. It's not very difficult to mute though. Once you can click to accept, you can also click to mute, please. So let's start with A7 Dex. Good evening. Hello? A7 Dex, are you there? I guess not. Bumblebee, please go on.
Prof. Ekolo.
Ẹkáàbọ.
Yes, Equito. First, let me start with our Surulere people, because I'm a Surulere boy as well. And Oga Desmond, idiot, sorry, Desmond Elliot. Sorry. So, gbogbo yamayama tó ń ṣe ọwọ́ ti bàbá ẹ̀. One of the things I really appreciate about Gbajabiamila is, even though, on a scale of 1 to 10, some of the projects they do, you say in terms of the grades, the quality, let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, you put it as 5 or 6 in terms of the quality of material, longevity, and everything. But all the while, all through the time that Gbajabiamila has been in office, he is a grassroots guy. I've been hearing of Gbajabiamila since forever. He's always building one mini stadium, he's always doing something, renovations, construction, street lights, and everything. And when you see it, you see it's Gbaja project. And then as opposed to Ọ̀gá tó ní ọ̀kan window, wọ́n á tó jù jáde látòjú window, ẹ má worry. So ṣùgbọ́n lọ ti ní kọ́ tó ti gbé fáìlì tí ó ti full by, wọ́n máa handle it appropriately. So the truth is, all these guys that have been hiding, going around and everything, and when they had the opportunity, they started pushing division. It's always good when there's oversight at the party level, and the kind of drama, not trial it made it obvious who the traitors are, and they fished them out. I pray they will bring in someone who is very, very, very wise and reasonable to be able to handle things there. Now, moving on to Ashiwaju. There was a time I mentioned that there are people that said they've been in meetings with Ashiwaju, that people that go to meet him, no matter the topic, no matter the field, you give him a brief within 15 minutes, he picks everything sharp. His brain is very sharp. I said it before, there are people that have been in closed door meetings with him. There's no matter how complex that matter is, he picks it very sharp and he will give you a response and make his decision sharply. So that guy is a grade A politician and a grade A leader, as opposed to somebody that cannot finish one sentence. Ó máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ láti orí A, ó máa jump lọ sí another topic, á tún wá padà. He can't even finish one statement. Is that the kind of person that will go to this kind of world conference and be able to interact with world leaders and leaders of commerce and industry? Definitely not. We thank God that even we that we supported Peter Obi should win last term. A dúpẹ́ pé Ọlọ́run ò jẹ́ ká rí ṣe, àṣírí ti tú, àkàrà ti tú sépo, and we will retrace our steps on a straight line. Invite everybody. Ashiwaju 2027. Thank you very much, Prof.
On a straight line. Thank you very much for that submission, Bumblebee. There's a comment here on YouTube. That's Mr. Boyegepo. It says, returning the country to regional system will be the biggest legacy of Tinubu to Nigeria. For one, it will shut up the entitled group that expects the federal government to hand them everything. I agree with you. But I also want to say that it has already started. And I'll read this report. This is from Punch newspaper. Southwest Commission secures rail operations license. This is today's news. May 15, 2026, 12:07 a.m. May 15, so it's today's news. May 15, 2026. Southwest Commission, it's talking about the SWDC. Southwest Commission secures rail operations license. The Southwest Development Commission on Thursday secured a provisional rail operating and track access license from Nigerian Railway Corporation, paving the way for SWDC-led passenger and freight rail services across existing rail corridors in the Southwest. The development marks a major step towards improving regional connectivity and driving economic transformation across the region. The Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of SWDC, Charles Akinola, disclosed this in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, while addressing journalists. He described the development as a significant transition from planning to implementation. Akinola explained that the license was not for the construction of new rail lines, but for operating passenger and freight services on existing rail corridors linking communities, businesses, industrial hubs, and economic centers across the Southwest. He said, the license authorized the Commission to operate on both narrow and standard gauge rail networks and supports the launch of the Southwest Rail Agro-Industrial and Logistics Platform, a regional initiative aimed at improving logistics competitiveness, unlocking agro-industrial growth, strengthening mobility, and accelerating economic development across Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Ondo, and Ekiti states. This license is not just a document, it is the green light to rebuild the Southwest economic spine on rail. We are moving from plans to tracks, from talks to trains. Our partnership with the NRC will put freight on rails, people on trains, and opportunity back into the hands of businesses and communities across the Southwest. The SWDC boss explained that this SW Rail platform was being developed as a rail-anchored economic corridor, integrating freight systems, agro-logistics, industrial parks, inland logistics hubs, cold chain infrastructure, port connectivity, passenger mobility systems, and transit-oriented development. This is something to clap. So, this is great news. This is fantastic news from the SWDC. We started saying it just before he created the Development Commission. I've been saying it for a while now, if you've been listening to us, that one of the things we're going to see will be the implementation of several recommendations that we had from 2004 Confab report. And one of those things was Development Commission in every region. Every region in Nigeria should have a Development Commission. And so that's one of the major things that President Tinubu did by ensuring that every single region had one. Therefore, not only are you looking at the governors or the president, you also have regional development commissions that can focus on certain things in your region. Now, I've heard a particular region whose name I will not mention talk about the fact that they spend a lot of money organizing Twitter spaces, which is absolutely ridiculous considering the fact that I don't know how much you need. I mean, maybe it costs something, but when you're talking real money, I don't know how much you need to organize those things. But I mean, everybody has his own cup of tea to handle. For the Southwest, we've been, clamoring for this. We've been asking for regional integration, and the SWTC actually gets serious, right, with things, right? Yeah, so they've been talking about budgets and stuff and plans and so on and so forth. But we also have to remember that there's one good thing that SWTC is enjoying. The Southwest had a 12-year head start before any other region in Nigeria. We had something called Dawn Commission that was launched in 2013. Dawn Commission that's developed with policy documents and ideas for the region. So when SWTC just came on board, the idea basically is to plug in. They're going to have the resources from the federal government because federal government funds the development commissions. And I'm saying all of this to Renchi to explain that the regional system we are looking for is already here. We just have to see it. It may not, and I'm not saying it will not, it just might, but it may not come in the form that we expect, where you have a collapse of all the government, all the state, structures into one, mega regional, structure. We may not see that, at least maybe not yet, but that doesn't mean that it's not happening. And this is a very fantastic news. The fact that we're going to have Southwest. We have a lot of rail lines and rail tracks that are not in use. They're just there. They're just moribund. So to have SWDC revive those rails and begin to use them for agro, allied products, and also for passenger transport within the region, that is fantastic news. So we're very, very happy with that report. All right, we're going to. I think there's one more person who wants to speak. Please, we're going to keep it short. Erobodo and Jakesman, like 2 minutes, so we can get to the other topic today. Good evening, Jakesman. Hello, are you there? Okay, I guess he's not there yet. Erobodo, good evening.
Hey, Prof, good evening.
Welcome.
Always
Good evening,
nice to join your live sessions. Yeah, good evening, my brother. Future Honey of Future Honey Risha.
Kábíyèsí àpẹ kábíyèsí ẹ̀mí kábíyèsí àgùn apẹ lórí àpẹrẹ.
No, that's why I said future, not now. So Kabiesi will still live for very long. All
You'll
right.
be living very long.
So
That-
I
You should
just
be there for
want
very long.
to talk. I, I share Jumari. So I just want to talk about the regional system. So I think what we have right now is not sustainable in the sense, you know, that a real regional system would be able to accomplish the things that people have in mind when they talk about a return to the regional system. Because the way I look at what we have right now, those states, I think they're really just administrative. We only have one constitution in Nigeria. Or like when, you know, every region back then had its own constitution. Right now, they're all like just administrative arms of the federal government. That's almost like what they seem to be. And I fear something. So, I mean, like, I love all the good works that Tinubu is doing, all right? But given how powerful, in the context of Nigeria, how powerful presidents are, I think that a terrible president, like, maybe I shouldn't mention any name, but, you know, another terrible president could do a lot of damage. But the one that really worries me is this. Yoruba people are paying a serious price for continuing to achieve a semblance of development and progress in the midst of a very dysfunctional country. And what it does is this. So, you know, like you said, because that thing crossed my mind before we started having, you know, this development commission, that development commission. The Yoruba people already had Dawn Commission that was already thinking at that level ahead of everybody else. So right now there's a handshake, you know, with the actual has WDC, and you know they're going to be doing a lot of things that, you know, like, you know, have already been planned. And okay, now when you look at some of like the people we have issues with at Oshodi Solo, you know, you look at their region, they've completely abandoned their region. They are not looking to develop, to do anything there. They're not. They hide under this one Nigeria. Oh, I can go everywhere. I can live everywhere. I can contest everywhere.
Oh, sorry. So I think we should talk about what we can do. People are not going to stop coming to our. We can't do anything about that, to be honest. Like, we can't. We can't. Even if Yoruba is no longer part of Nigeria, you still can't, because you'll be in West Africa, and you have that freedom of movement within West Africa. Like, people go to Ghana and consume nuisance. Just that you're going to protect yourself. I'm just saying that maybe we should concentrate on the things that we can make work and what is happening right now, rather than what cannot work. You get what I mean? There's a lot of noise. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to mute. No. People are listening.
Sorry, Prof. Yeah, sorry about that. So, yeah, I was going to say that we could form a pressure group, like, to actually, like it's something, I don't know if I've said it here before, but there was one very brilliant lady you had on your live session. I can't remember if it was this week or last week. You know, like, she was a pharmacist, and she said the same thing that the same thought I've had for quite some time. That, Yoruba people seem to be the only people who don't have an agenda.
Please, let me just quickly say something. This thing that people repeat is not true. Please, let me just...
But we don't seem to have an agenda.
We do. We do. We even have a document. We do. Development agenda for Western Nigeria. We do have an agenda. We do have a plan that cuts across different sectors of the economy. Most of us may have not seen the document, but I have it. It's inside. The point is, I really I prefer to talk about. Please hold on. Please hold on. Hold on, please. Jeez, man.
No, I'm. Okay, sorry.
Please hold on. I record the music. Just because Yoruba people are not doing, we seem not to have, doesn't mean that there's nothing. How do you think we got Amotekun? Amotekun did not start when the governors began to talk about it. Amotekun, Western Security Network, was something that was created by Dawn Commission. It was a policy. They had a policy statement about it. That they now, someone said let him round. I can't let him round because there's a girl, there's a baby crying, there is noise in the background, then I'm hearing a lot of feedback. So he's going to finish. I just need him to calm down a bit. The point is, we also have to be very careful of this rhetoric. You have a plan. There's a plan. Maybe we have not seen it, but there is. Many of us who are interested in seeing things work, we may need to actually search and actually see what has been done. Another thing I want to be very careful about is this. When you begin to read some of these documents, sincerely, you're going to become very humble. You discover that some of the things that you are thinking, some people have also thought about it and they've documented stuff. I just think that I don't like talking as though nothing is being done, because I know that something is being done. That's the truth. I may not come and be saying somebody's doing this, somebody's doing this. People are doing stuff, like organizations are doing stuff. It's just that Ekokoto Rubati Amotekun was when he came out, people said, everybody started saying that, Akeredolu. The reason they call him Akeredolu wasn't because Akeredolu came up with the idea. It was because Akeredolu was the chairman of the Southwest Governors Forum at that particular point in time. But some people had written the document. A lot of things are being done. Let's not talk like we're just there, Let's just stick to the topic, please. Please finish your stuff. Can you wrap up very quickly so we can move on, please?
Yeah, all right. So, Prof, I wasn't talking about an agenda for us, for ourselves in the Southwest. I'm talking about the kind of agenda that the two very problematic groups that Nigeria has. They have an agenda for Nigeria, not just for themselves. Like, an agenda, this is what we want Nigeria to be like. Mostly we just, we concentrate on ourselves. But so I'm saying that we need to have that kind of national agenda. This is what is right for Nigeria, and that we're going to pursue it. I know that you usually worry about doing anything with other people because we've been born for. But I think, we have crises that we shouldn't let go to waste right now in Nigeria. There is the North has cracked. It's not monolithic like it used to be. With the good work that Tinubu is doing, there is some realignment in the southern part of Nigeria. But I was just going to say this, along on the topic, which is that when Tinubu is out of there,
you have to wrap up like in 30 seconds, please.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I'm just saying that we could try and come up with maybe like a pressure group, something to really, really push for restructuring, because if not, I mean, at some point, there is nothing we're going to do that will stop what would happen. The kind of thing happening in Oshodi is solved. That at some point, it will be impossible to stop it. That is my own. I mean, like Senator Daniel said, 50% of Nigeria's population by 2050. I don't know how many we're going to be by then. We just won't have that population. That's my fear. And we're paying that price because we continue to develop while others are not at that pace. That is my fear.
All right.
I'm sorry, Prof.
Thank you.
I just had to get it off my mind. Sorry.
Yeah, you got a lot off your mind. I'm glad you did. Oh, shoot. Where you are going with your conversation, where you're going to land is to break up Nigeria. That's the truth, because some of these things that people say, and that's why I'm very careful with such conversations, because it doesn't go anywhere. I mean, and I'm not saying what you're saying is, I mean, your concerns are valid though, but the idea of the restructuring you are talking about, you cannot still determine who comes into your space as a restructured Nigeria. The real issue is to come up with the plans that protect the indigenous people. That's actually the thing. And that's what, and contrary to what you said, again, we have to be very careful with these generalizations. States pass laws. Yes, there's a constitution that we all work with. Amotekun was not in the Nigerian constitution, no. They had to do the hard work of doing, and I know that some people are saying in the comment section, Amotekun just carry Shakabula. What do you think we are? Okay, imagine what's happening right now is happening without Amotekun. Half a loaf is better than none. Yes, it may not be the ideal, but it's better than just being open to the elements without anybody guarding the space. To get Amotekun, what did they have to do? They had to go to the House of Assembly in each state in the Southwest, went to National Assembly, had to redo everything. It's not, this idea that we are at the mercy of the federal government is true, and it's also not entirely true, because governments can come up with different things. The real stuff is that folks in government, whether in legislature or in executive, should come up with laws that protect the people. Someone is saying we have to break up Nigeria. Even when you break up, number one, even if you break up, are Igbos not in Ghana? You know, let's be careful. When you have the silver bullet kind of thinking about your problems, you're going to create more problems for yourself. The idea that if I do this one thing, your Bible is just going to become El Dorado. That's not how life works. So, someone said at least they will get visa. You think Igbos in South Africa, Igbos in Ghana got visa? They're in West Africa. Others, they're not going to get visa to get to your country. They're not going to apply for visas. These things are deeper than the way you guys just talk about. Say they get visa to where? Do you get visa to go to South Africa? I'm sorry, to Ghana. There's an agreement that the ECOWAS countries have now. People can move freely within the region. If you break up the country because of one ethnic group, that ethnic group can still enter your country. Because even the Ghana that are in Ghana ni, in Benin Republic ni. Sherry. I don't like saying some things in public. But I will say this. The original thing that people are looking for. You see, the hard work is to actually study the documents that have been written. You will not have that regional system the way you are expecting. I can tell you that. I was saying you may or may not. Let me even tell you, you will not have it the way you're expecting. You won't. Because it's layered. You see, there was a time I was having, there was this like a class, right? We're discussing this whole thing about regional system and how the way it is seen in the North is totally different from the way folks in the West see it. Let me advise you. Let me recommend one text. If you can find the 2014 conference. I think I put it on the Telegram channel once, but it's very bulky. And I know a lot of us, we are just, let's read these things. Let's read so that we'll be able to have that conversation properly. Read the 2014 confab report. When you're done reading that confab report, you will understand how you can have a regional system. And the thing that I think, one of the problems I think we have with these conversations is that many of us are longing for the past. We have this nostalgia for a past we did not even experience. The regional system we had in the 50s was not perfect though. Just to be clear, because I know we talk about the greatness of Awo. Awo did not do all those things because the system was perfect. He did it because he was Awo. Other regions also had Kini, they did not do what they did. So if you had a leader who didn't have that visionary mindset, you probably would not have achieved what Awo had achieved. The point I'm trying to make is this. It's not about going back to what Awo did. Even Awo wanted to change that system. Read his works. I was reading Voice of Wisdom earlier today, and he gave a speech in 1966 after he got out of prison, and he was still insisting on linguistic states, that ethno-linguistic states are what should be the constituent units of Nigeria. That was what he was advocating for as recently, as late as 1966. This was even 6 years after independence. So think about it. The region he presided over from 52 to 59 did not even have what he was looking for that he was talking about in 66. And I say that because people who are traditional, who want something from the past, also have to understand the fact that people in the past, didn't necessarily have it perfect. So if you go back to the past, I can assure you, it won't take you long before you begin to long for the present. So what I think we should do is you study the people that lived in the past and look at what they were yearning for. And then look at where you are right now. Do you have those things? And then you find the ideal within all of those. By the time you find the mean, the averages, you're able to come with law of averages. You know exactly what you should be doing per time. But I think, in my opinion, the development commissions we have right now with the states, it's actually a step in the right direction. But this thing where people are saying that we have to get some people out of the place, I don't think that thing will ever happen. No. Here is what I think can happen, and I'm saying this because I've seen it in Ghana. The states can come up with laws to protect their own people. Whatever details is not a conversation unless some may be. I'll give you the example of Ghana. Ghana came up with a law that if you want to get into the marketplace, you can't get into the retail business, into the retail sector. They banned everybody who wasn't their citizen from getting into the retail sector. So if you want to get into Ghana or into that, their business landscape, you are going in as a wholesaler or a manufacturer or something. You're not going to be, disturbing the end users and the small time sellers, right? You will not be disturbing them at all. That kind of, whether it's that kind of law or something like that, the point I'm trying to make is that the law is, you cannot have a law to say everybody get out, but you can have a law that excludes certain people. It's just not gira, like let us fight, let us remove them. It's not like that. By the time you have leaders who have the interest of the people at heart, which is why we should be very careful with the next election. All this, we don't know what we're going to do. We have, okay, we don't have anything we can do. We can elect somebody into the office next year. Okay, elect people. Once you know this person, Omar Gbabode, don't elect him. We already said Lagos, we are having Obafemi Hamzat, Ogun, Adeloye, President Tinubu. Meanwhile, I think President Tinubu might come up with more drastic measures that have to do with restructuring in the second term. I can almost say I know that's what he's going to do. But I don't want to say I know because it will sound, I just don't want to go that direction. I think it's going to move a lot of stuff that will, in fact, I know it's going to do it. Let me just tell you why. You notice some of the things that are happening. See the news report from 2 days ago. Lagos is talking about having driver's license. These things mean something. It means something. You're literally decentralizing different components of governance. Only with pan law. Let us restructure. We think when we are saying restructure, many of us are thinking of 1952. It will not happen like that. It cannot. You see, when you read the history of that period, you will not even want it to happen like that. It cannot now. You evolve from where you are, not that you go back to the past. If you get to the past, you will find yourself was obsolete. Like a very good example. Look at Singapore in the 1960s. They had a system, right? So if you're going back to the past, maybe you're looking for the best of Guinea, you're going back to what Singapore used to have in 65. But Singapore itself had evolved so that today, yes, they have that foundation, but they've built on it. So you can't just say, oh, let's go back to the past. I'm very wary of, I don't want to be Hamish. You know Hamish, or is it Amish they call them? Don't want to go back to the Hamish days and say, oh, I want to be true to form. All these students is just to say that I thank you for your submission, but I want to acknowledge growth. Something is happening right now. We see what's happening with Southwest Development Commission. They just got their license to operate rail services in the southwestern part of Nigeria. Would there be other people coming to the southwest because of it? Yes. Unfortunately, yes. How can we stop that? By coming up with laws that protect the people and make the people the primary focus of governance. And we know that is possible because people in the southeast do exactly the same thing. I'll give you a very simple example. If you want to work in state civil service in the southeast, you must be an indigene of that state. It's when they come into Yoruba land that they begin to wax lyrical about inclusivity and open rubbish. Back at home, they employ their own people. The one from Enugu is the one that also surprised me, like really surprised me, where they were asking for word of origin. When you come up with such laws in Yoruba land, you have already excluded certain people. A while back, the governor of Akwa Ibom was talking about how every company going to other, your plan in life to be going to other people's spaces and taking it over. They already found a way to cut you to size before even. I'm trying to see if I can find you that video. Timbari, I would have loved to play it. If your goal in life is to be going all over the place to dominate people's spaces, they already come up with a law to protect their own people. That's what our own lawmakers should be doing. And they should stop doing all these things of one Nigeria, because one Nigeria is at the federal level. At the state, you're committed to your people, and at the region, you're committed to your people, which is why I like what Amatekun did in Ondo State. When they were having this recruitment exercise in Ondo State, they asked for Yoruba people. Yoruba, or the Lamole Yoruba, because it's community policing. We're not trying to be Nigerian, where a person will now come and say you are speaking Yoruba in Amatekun, you are a tribalist. So the real issue is to have leaders, that are, and when we are having them. And again, if you notice, I'm always talking as if, me in fact, something we call le because we have examples of Bidotin Sheshe. When they were going to do their Amatekun recruitment, they wrote it there, Gadagba. Oh, they were joining Amatekun saying, we are tribalists. No, you already know what you're getting yourself into. That thing has to be replicated in our civil services, in our state civil services, even in private companies. If I wish I could find you that stuff from Governor, because it is Yoruba people who will be speaking English, right? And we'll be depriving our own people and opening the doors for people to just come in and move anyhow. It would be lovely to find this video. Has anybody seen that video? Mari, I'll look for it. I'll play it for you guys. You hear the governor talk about anybody that comes to their state to there's a particular percentage of the jobs that will go to their own indigents. So I think, to be honest, I think that's what we can do. These are the things that people talk about. I see a lot of stuff in the comment section. I get it and I understand the passion, but we're talking about reality. The reality is not let's break Nigeria. I found the video. Please take a listen to this. This is the governor of Akwa Ibom, Governor Umo Eno. Take a listen, please.
Will soon inaugurate the State Labor Committee to monitor employment opportunities and ensure transparency and fairness in the process of employment. This State Labor Committee will ensure that all companies operating in Akwa Ibom will show transparency in their employment of Akwa Ibom indigents in their various organizations. No more will we bring people from outside where we have skills to do business in Akwa Ibom.
You say that as a Yoruba person, you find one Masha Fani that will be telling you that you are a tribe. Even a Yoruba person, you are not a one Nigeria. That's a governor. That's a governor. But you have that kind of conversation in Yoruba land. You have some clowns who just think that they have to open their doors for everybody, saying, "Oh, why are we stopping people? Are we not one Nigeria?" That's a governor, and he's very clear about it. And he's not just talking about he's not talking about state government. You see, the one in Anambra State, they wrote there, you have to be an indigen of Anambra State. The Enugu State owned, they wrote, you have to be a citizen, an indigen of the ward. W-A-R-D. Ward, under local government, under state. This one, they are saying that even if you have a private organization, there has to be a quota for their own people. These are the kind of things that we can actually do to put our elected officials on their toes. The other things we're saying, they are good, but me, I don't like things that I cannot actualize. You know, they sound nice, but like, I have a friend in the comment section, he's been throwing that at me. Mr. Mourinho, why? He said, why do you always not want to talk about breaking up Nigeria? Because there's no roadmap. That book is inside. Awo was talking about what you are saying right now. He said it in the 1960s. That those talking about breaking up, Awo said it. That's the funny thing. You know, one of the things that will humble you when you read these books by, you know, these elders, you just discover that as smart as you are, people don't smart too. Like some of the ideas that you have, I mean, there are new ideas that you will have, you know, but there are also some that you can build on what they've done, and there's certain things that they've already answered for you. Don't even bother. The kind of humanitarian crisis you're going to cause. All I'm just saying is that it's not that easy to break up a place. And people that say, let us break it, I ask them, how? I never have how. But if I tell you about structuring the country, I can tell you how. I've been saying it all the while. And I can say without fear of DSS. As a matter of fact, what I've been saying is exactly what Justice Omotosho said when he was sentencing Nnamdi Kanu. And he was saying that they have to go and have, what's it called? Referendum, and the representatives should go to the National Assembly and push a bill. And let me just say this as we wrap up, because I've been talking a lot on this matter. I think that Nigeria should have secession clause. Until then, until then, the real thing is to have restructuring. And I see the restructuring happening even now. And if after reading that news of what's happening in SWDC, if you are not seeing restructuring, then your definition of restructuring needs to change. Restructuring is not going back to 1950 something. It's changing the structure of Nigeria as it is to make sure that the regions can develop at their own pace, and that eventually we're going to get to resource control and things like that. Mr. Remy says, well, Remy guy says, when we the Yoruba masses stand up and insist, we want out. I don't think you rate Yoruba people, Sha. You don't rate Yoruba people. You don't rate us. You know, one person told me the other day, let's just tell them what they are going to do. I said, who do you think Yoruba people are? Just tell them. So let's just push this message. I'm not pushing that kind of message. So imagine one of them sits you down and says, sir, this idea you're saying is very good. Tell us how you're going to do it. Yes, I hearing we'll go to UN. I like to look what you know. It is well. I wish I could read you that book because I think it will probably, you know what? Give me a second. Let's have Jake's man while he's speaking. I'm going to read you something from Awo. Maybe it will help us because this thing that is doing us, dear. Jake's man, please go on with your submission. I'll get the book.
Yes. Thank you, Pros. Good evening. I wouldn't need to say much. I think you've answered what was in my mind regarding regionalism, whatever that our people are mentioning. I believe that we should elect people that are more conservative into our offices in our lands, and I believe that we should also become more conservative to the point where the so-called liberals become unable to speak in the public. I believe in South Africa today, there are people that are not in support of the Dudulas, but they've been muzzled up to the point they cannot even speak, to counter what their people are saying. So if the Southeasterners are doing the same in their land, I believe we can do the same. We can set up the structure to make it difficult for them, like you said, for them to live in our land. So I so much believe in that, and I so much believe that individually we need to become more conservative until we will now have, a headway towards what we really want. So that's what I believe where we need to start. Also, I would like to speak about President Bola Tinubu. That man is a blessed man. At his age, he's highly smart. And when people say, why would they be comparing Tinubu with Peter Obi? That is not the case here. I would never do so, compare President Tinubu with Peter Obi. As a matter of fact, what I usually do is before I go there, because I like to say that towards the end, because maybe I might have to laugh over that. I also like, what I would like to say is to say I like both what is happening between between us, the supporters of President Tinubu, and what the opposition are doing. Because the man said something. He said, it doesn't matter what I do, you will criticize me. But I'm listening, I'm a doer. You criticize me, I'll go and do it. And you're a failure. So what that tells me is that the man is listening. They're pushing him to act and to perform more, and thereby putting them to shame. And I think we need that in Nigeria today. Because I don't know what could have happened if that man is not being pushed to act and, do better. So except sometimes they go to the extreme. They say things that are really weird and stupid. So in the area of comparing Obi with President Tinubu, it doesn't make any sense. I never do that. What I do is actually I compare Obi by asking a question: who is the most mumu of the presidential aspirants? I don't want to say it in English. I'm sorry to say, but that is what I look into because I'm sorry to let me rephrase. I try to look who we wish never become our president. Because I see this man, I'm not talking about 2027, beyond 2031, 2034, or 35. Why? By the time this man is being asked a question, he looks and he starts smiling. Even me, I start laughing. Because I know his brain is when you ask him too much, bros, please don't ever distract me now. When he's been asked a question that seems to be a bit too hard or maybe with too much grammar, I compare him to a transformer. You overload his brain. Never go take light. No matter what. It doesn't matter. Because when you overload a brain that cannot take the capacity of the kind of question you ask him, the NEPA must to take light. This is where I see this man. And I'm not being, condescending or trying to make him look that bad. This is the reality. You can tell in his composure, in his looks, in his appearance. He starts smiling. I know there's a trouble. So this is why I compare him. I can't imagine him going to a public place outside Nigeria and he's been asked a question by journalists. It would be a shame on Nigeria. I won't be able to stand it. I don't pray that man will ever become our president, not 2027, not 2031, never. And it's a divider. That is the only thing he knows how to do. He divides the people. He divides us to be there, to get what you want. And honestly, I've been looking at, okay, let me say this again, I remember this. I look at who lies most among them. I check Kwakaso, I check, what is his name? What is this man? This man of ADC. Atiku. Thank you, Atiku. Okay, they lie. But they don't lie useless. They don't lie in a way that you will know they're lying. See, thank God, Pros, you made a proverb today. You said, Ariwo Kolorin. The part I would like to add is, Iwa Wara Okion. Because they think by shouting down everyone, insulting people, we get them what they want. You joking. You get nothing. You're getting backward. So, for me, I thank God for what is happening. I believe this is bringing a change that we want in Nigeria. Them doing what they are doing, and it is exposing their, is it shenanigan you call it, and their behaviors in our land. Look at that one now. I forgot the beginning. The actor. I hear the Yoruba is speaking. I'm like,
why am I just laughing? Yes, but you're shaking the face. You're not laughing, but I'm just. How did you do it today? Because Dobby used to laugh, but this one, you're just so serious, and everything you're saying is just so funny.
Because I'm speaking my mind with Desmond. I call him Desmond idiot. Sorry to use that name. Desmond idiot. Because I'm speaking from my mind. I'm not being, condescending or trying to attack or to judge. No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm speaking to reality. This is what I see, that they cannot see it. You can't be seeing something like life and direct, and then you say you are not seeing, you're blind. Or be just lie for no reason. And he will say something to back up the lie that will look so ridiculous. That when you weigh it as someone Yoruba, you'll be like, now. Even his own brother said it himself. So I didn't laugh because I'm serious and I'm saying the truth. Wow.
Yes, I know you're saying the truth, but man, you have a beautiful way of communicating serious stuff. That is funny, but it's true. Like what you're saying is very true. I just wanted a bit. I apologize if my laugh. I mean, the things you said, man. No, he said he laughs that reason. Like that was funny, but Otoleso.
Otoni now, because that man for me, I see him like a transformer that can't carry too much load. Just load him a little bit. He will spark for sure. He will just go. He will go blank. His brain will just go blank, and then he will start inventing. And then you will hear answer that does not relate to the question at all.
Once you hear, thank you very much. Ruben, you're a boy.
Frankly speaking, Abati.
Thank you very much, man. Thank you.
So I thank God for what is happening. I thank God because that is exposing their behavior in our land. It's now making the so-called Yoruba boss to realize that we are too loose in our land. We're waking up in Yoruba land. So it is good. And also it is making this political party to behave to an extent, to become moderate, in their behavior and to perform as well. So I like it all together, but they go to the extreme sometimes.
Thank you, sir.
So that's what I like to say. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Eshaun, thank you for your submission. I just read some of the comments on YouTube. I don't think we're going to go to the next part. I'll bring more people later. I'll bring more people very soon. Maybe I'm not going to... The conversation about the Civil War, we can make that next week. I'll just read some comments, then read the books I want to bring out, then I'll bring people up, okay? Thank you. So let me just read from our folks on YouTube. Adewale Megbabi says, but Prof, if there is an agenda, we don't hear about it enough. At least that gives us a baseline on what we can be talking on how to better it. You are very correct, sir. And I think I'll take up that challenge. From time to time, we'll be talking about the development agenda for Western Nigeria here, so that all of us will know what's up. But let me assure us. I mean, yesterday there was a symposium, right, on security and stuff. And it's not just talk shop or like talk and do. Let me just assure people that Yoruba people are thinkers. What they mark baruwo, but it does not mean that there is no like action. People are doing stuff. Just like excuse me. But when it comes to the plans, I will make sure that from time to time I will share with us. Mimi says Southwest reps and senators must come up with a bill that codifies protection for indigenous populations. Absolutely. That if you can't trace your generations to a place, you are not qualified to contest elections. Yeah, it's possible, but there's also a way around it. For instance, if they do that strictly, then Omo Kwamwon to fellow the House of Assembly say affected. So, we think regionally because of our own peculiar history. But there's a way around it. But what you said is very important. The important thing is that the indigenous populations too should be protected in their own land. Absolutely. Sacred Socrates on YouTube says it may take time, but not only that, I think regional system is possible, but also make struggle for self-determination achievable. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the idea of having a separate nation is not a bad idea to have. There's nothing wrong with having a Yoruba state. I often say that I'm not waiting to have a Yoruba nation. Okay? And I think everybody should understand if you're a Yoruba person, Yoruba nation already exists. Excuse me. I think oftentimes we confuse nationhood with statehood or sovereignty. Yoruba is a nation without sovereignty, just like Scotland is a nation without sovereignty. And I've said this over and over again, but it's important to repeat it. The United Kingdom has 4 nations. They are all nations, but they don't have sovereignty, whether it's England, Scotland, Wales, or Northern Ireland. But they are nations within that space. The point is that nationhood must not come with secession, at least in your mind. Like, we can't do this thing where we're like, when we break out, then we'll become a nation. If you're not a nation before you break out, you can never be a nation. That's the truth. You have to be that thing before whatever is happening outside happens. It's first mental, it's first internal before external. So you are a nation as Yoruba people, whether you are within a sovereign space or you don't have sovereignty yet. But would it be good to have sovereignty? Of course, it would be nice, but that would also have to come through a political solution, which will involve people actually going to the National Assembly and doing what Awolowo talked about in 1954. At the Constitutional Conference in London, when he talked about inclusion of secession clause, which of course Zeke scuttled. But you have to go back there, have representatives that will now push for the inclusion of secession clause in the Nigerian Constitution. So it's going to be essentially, it's still going to be a political solution. We cannot afford to do that. So Shishentele, it might take a while, but it's possible. So I agree with you, Sacred Socrates. And yes, you're right. He says it will not happen overnight. Rome wasn't built in a blink of an eye. Tinubu is a needle mover, so I want to believe it is possible. Absolutely. Mimi on YouTube says South Africa has a similar regulation on petty trading or small businesses. 5 million rands, so many of the Igbo traders don't qualify. We can get our elected officials to help propose bills to protect the Southwest. Absolutely. Such things can be done. And there are different ways of doing it. And guess what? They do it where they come from too. Ala Command Fable. Abo Ekwipo says solidifying our region will include keeping on Yoruba out of our politics. Yoruba represent Yoruba interests at all levels of government. I agree with you. Socrates says we have England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Oh, you are saying exactly what I was saying earlier. So he says we have England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland under the United Kingdom. So why not Nigeria? Nigeria is a country of many nations. And I think at this point, I want to read something to you. So I'll first read from Voice of Wisdom. Then I'll read Voice of Courage. Excuse me. So I'm not going to read everything. I'm just going to read the part that we need in this conversation. So this particular speech was delivered by Chief Obafemi Awolowo at the opening of the meeting of leaders of thought in Western Nigeria, held at Ibadan on Thursday, August 11, 1966. I'm going to jump to a particular portion that has to do with what we're discussing right now, okay? It says here, the unity which we seek today must be unity based on selfless service to our fellow men. This kind of unity can never jail. This kind of unity can never jail. The bloody hostilities which we have witnessed in recent times are political, not personal. We must therefore seek political solutions to them. In this connection, it is imperative that we make an intensive as well as objective reappraisal of our constitutional problems. We must also set for ourselves normative social objectives which are rationally and scientifically orientated. It is extremely sad to note that some leaders of thought in the country are seriously suggesting that the so-called four component units of the country should go their own separate ways as so many sovereign states. Those who advocate this course of action are invoking terrible, unknowable, and unpredictable disasters and catastrophes on the heads of the 56 million innocent people of this country. In any case, these advocates must be reminded that there are more than four component parts in Nigeria. There are 10 major component parts as follows. Hausa Fulani, 13.6 million people. Yoruba, 13 million people. Igbo, 7.8 million people. Efik Ibibio, 3.2 million people. Kanuri, 2.9 million people. Tiv, 1.5 million people. Ijo, 900,000 people. Edo, 900,000 people. Urobo, 600,000 people. Nupe, 500,000 people. There are 41 minor component units. 32 of these are in the northern group of provinces, whilst 9 are in the eastern group of provinces. I give this data in order that those who are insisting on the breaking up of the country may appreciate, before it is too late, the magnitude of the unspeakable calamities which the success of the advocacy is sure to import. That was Awo 66. I'll read one more before I say what I want to say. This is from Voice of Wisdom. By the way, these books are available on Redomi Books on Telegram. So if you go on Telegram, Awo's books are there. This is Voice of Wisdom. I want to read something to you from Voice of Courage. This speech was also delivered. This one was delivered in Ikene on 4th of August, just after Papa got out of prison. So it says here, in concrete terms, it is my firm belief that until we provide employment, free education from primary to university level, and health services for all our citizens, the problem of unity will continue to plague us. And in this connection, I hasten to predict that the breaking up of Nigeria into a number of sovereign states will not only do permanent damage to the reputation of contemporary Nigerian leaders, but will usher in terrible disasters which will bedevil us and many generations to come. Fortunately, with truly scientific and illuminated planning, all these social objectives can be ours in the immediate future. My appeal in this connection, therefore, is for unity and scientific planning. Let me say something here. Here's the thing. And I saw a comment on YouTube earlier where someone says, I think it was Omolara Ogundari, says, we just want to go, Prof, as Omo Iran, Omo Koto Jire. We just want to go as Omo Iran Koto Jire. And I agree. I understand where you're coming from. There's a reason some people don't like me, the Yoruba people, that some certain people, whenever, okay, let me not say they don't like me. They don't like that I don't believe in some of the things that they advocate. And wanting to have a sovereign space at Yoruba land, Yoruba country, or Yoruba state is not wrong. The question is this, and nobody has been able to answer that question, and they will never be able to. How? You know why I don't like to talk about things like this? Because I don't like to rile people up without a platform, without a blueprint, without the roadmap. They just ask you, okay, how do you want to do it? And I'm like, so why am I talking about it? If you are leading, and I'm not saying I'm leading you, I'm just saying that if you have a platform or you are leading a group of people, you won't have all the answers, but you have to have the basics that people can now come around and build on. You can't just come around and say things like, let's break up. And see, I don't know if anybody here is wiser than Awo. I just read 2 of his speeches. I don't know if anyone here is wiser than him. Maybe you are. I don't think I am. Not yet. Maybe I am. Maybe not yet. Because by the time I put his wisdom pot, another wisdom pot, another wisdom, maybe we'll get there. That was a joke. But the point is that Papa is saying here, that's not just about breaking. At that time, we had 4 regions, 66. Let's break into 4, so that each person will have their own nation. And I was saying, it's not about 4 regions. He's saying that we don't have 4 groups in Nigeria. At the time, he's saying we have 10 major groups and 41 minor groups or minority groups. That's why I always say that, you know, if you look at, if people say, what's the ethnic composition of Nigeria? I'll say between anything from 54 to 300 and something. If you don't do all those, surely we're 300 and something, is subgroup, normal subgroup 1, but in reality, it's the major ethnic groups in Nigeria, could you 10 law? Major ethnic groups in Nigeria, could you 10 law? The minority groups, the way they were constituted at the time, they were about 41. It wasn't like a new group has joined us since 1966. But even then, I was saying that what you're doing, you're going to have issues with all these groups that are going to break out. Because, and let me tell you something, ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ló máa jìyẹ ẹ̀yin lẹ máa ọ̀dọ̀ wa náà máa wá. I'm just saying that some of the things that people are advocating, I'm not against it, the idea, but I don't think that's the path to take at the moment. I think the path to take, first, the problems of Nigeria to the point where they think of protecting their own people. Because if you have a separate country, they'll also be part of the political class. Who also tell us that they will not be doing all this one Nigeria thing, even when they're out of Nigeria. The point I'm trying to make is that we have a duty. Sherry, escapism, we have to break, is escapism, because you're not really doing anything now. You're waiting for one time that it will happen. What we can do now is, when things are not going well in our state, we can talk to our state governors, we can talk to our House of Assembly members, we can, advocate for change, we can sponsor certain bills, because whether you have a separate nation or you are in one nation, Nigeria, you still have to do that work. So why are we not doing it now? That's the real issue. How many people in the State House of Assembly even understand this threat, or people that want to hijack your space? And are they going to be able to come up with laws that can protect our people? This is actually the citizen engagement, not we must break, because we must break sounds nice, but after saying it, most of us, once we say it, that's it. Give me your dollar. We have to get out of this country. Okay, how? We won't say anything. We'll come again tomorrow. We must get out. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. People will feel better. It's like a coping mechanism. We've got to get out of this country. Not one thing is being done to actually make it happen, right? But there's someone. But I'm saying my English is interesting. Will eventually have to engage whoever is in government. So why are we not engaging them now? So someone says no strategies. That's the point. Like, how do we make it happen? The only way, just in case you ask me, the only way to make it happen is to have people. This is the crazy part. The only way that I know that is peaceful, maybe you know others, please feel free to add. The only way that I know that is peaceful is to ensure that folks representing us in National Assembly actually push that bill. The question is that, are they awake enough to be able to do that? The next question is that really what Yoruba land needs now? These are questions. And they're not rhetorical. You can. Mr. Remy says, groups are being formed, Prof. Of course. Groups are being formed. Yes, groups are being formed. I don't want to say groups are being formed. You can have 1 billion groups. Doesn't mean you're achieving the goal. But it's good to form the groups. At least you're working, you're doing something. But how do you get that thing done? I'll give an example. Scotland, and I'll say 2 things very quickly that will bring people up. Scotland is a nation within the United Kingdom, right? So they're already a nation. That's why when Scottish people speak up, they call them Scottish nationalists. They don't call them tribalists like the clowns do in Nigeria. As though the entire Yoruba is a tribe. It's just ridiculous. You call them Scottish nationalists. All right? You can be Yoruba nationalist. You are a Yoruba nation. 100%. When Scotland wanted to get out of the UK, what did they do? Referendum. And guess what? It didn't even work. They have to still wait. They're going to do it again. There's a process to this thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And if that process takes you 10 years, what are you going to do while you're still in Nigeria? You have to do what you have to do. I hope I'm communicating, and I understand the frustration with those who just want to see change. And what you're doing, what you have in your heart is not wrong. It's right. Your mind is in the right place. But you see, one of the things I've learned in my life, and I've been around for a bit, and leading and leadership, is that if you sell a vision without a plan, after a while, the people will become disillusioned. And they will do anything to achieve that dream, even if it's the most stupid thing, including sit at home. Sit at home that will even hurt them, they will do it. Like what happened in the Southeast. That dream of Biafra, is a terrible thing. It's one of the most terrible things that's afflicting people in the South. They don't know. But it's not my job, because I'm Yoruba. They'll be shouting, it will come, it will come, it will come. It will come. The place is dying. It will come. They are moving out of that region. It will come. Most of them cannot even stay back home. They just want that dream. And then they are doing all kinds of things because there is no pathway to achieving it. They had ESN. Because when you promise people something over and over again, first year, second, third, fourth, that's the point. People do anything. There's a scripture is in Ecclesiastes. It talks about a man who does not know how to get to the city. It says the labor of the fool wearies all of them, for he knoweth not how to get to the city. His labor begins to weary everybody around him because he doesn't know how to get there. May that not be our portion. Don't worry, I'll have people come up and then we'll have Sacred Socrates, amen, Ami o Esheun. But we'll do well, oh. We'll do well, oh. But what time feel like about Lord Marshall? You have to have this long plan. Only ìṣẹ̀lẹ̀ lọ́dún yìí, only tọdún tó ń bọ̀, only ọdún márùn-ún, only ọdún mẹ́wàá. But while we wait, what do? We plug into Dawn Commission, we plug into SWDC, we hold governors accountable, we talk to House of Assembly members, House of Reps, senators, so that even when that thing eventually happens, we already have a culture of citizen engagement with the government. And eventually, and I've thought about this, and I think it's possible. And thank you very much for writing that, Concilium. Ireland had Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin became the primary vehicle, even till today. Our non-control, even in Scotland, SNL don't control election in Scotland. They have the nationalistic mindset. We need to have that first. Imagine you are in the House of Assembly. And by the way, it's 2027 is tomorrow. We can plan towards 2031. Why can't you be in the House of Assembly? Why can you not be in the House of Representatives? What are they doing there that you cannot join? Why are you not in politics? This passion that most of us have right now, why are we not using it? I mean, I'm talking to all of us. Why are we not involved? Because if you get there, the kind of laws you're going to be advocating or pushing, the bills you'll be pushing will be different. So why are we not getting involved? We have 5 years, at least. If you want to join a party, join a party. If maybe I'm even going to create a party at this level, at this rate. But sincerely, I think the primary thing is to have conscious people in government. Because leader is about leadership at the end of the day anyway. But thank you very much for listening to that. May God bless you. May God bless you, Yoruba land. Will grow, and God will also help us with leaders that are actually very conscious of what's happening. If you have anything contrary to what I'm saying, please feel free to share. Just keep it, clean, and we'll keep it short as well. All right. I'll bring some people up. As soon as you get up, please mute, and then I'll call on you to make your submissions. Thank you very much. Please, I need us to keep it short because let's see what we can do in 20 minutes. All right. Please mute. Let's start with Active. Active J8, you don't have to mute. I think you have not come up before, but it's okay. After the submission, I'll take you down. Good evening. Can you hear me? Please, I need us to keep it short because
yes,
let's
hello.
see what we can do. Yes, please.
Yes. How you doing? You're right. Thank you for having me up here.
I'm very well, thank you.
Yes, thank
Yeah,
you.
thanks.
Well, it's my first time coming up here, obviously. Yes, you're stated. I have to say this. I'm not very good in with the current affairs. In Nigeria, the government, how things are run. I just have this rough idea by listening to people like you, and just a bit some of everything else going on. Generally, I would just say this as a Yoruba person, and I want my people to obviously do well in that country called Nigeria. Based on what you have said, what my interest is just to see our people, like kind of, our people to thrive, to be in a better position, because we have just been cornered, we've been sidelined, if you get what I mean. So, and having someone like you, who's like more like a mouthpiece, speaking up for us, makes me really, really like happy and very interested to even learn more, and I hope that our people, a lot of people will come, a lot of our people would kind of be, kind of gravitate towards what you are saying and make them kind of reason better. I left some comments on there talking about liberal people, yes, and then someone else said, "Oh, liberal, the Yoruba people have always been liberal." Yes, fine, I understand that. I agree with that person, but it's not to be so gullible. You understand? Like when people, when you're being robbed of your rights, when you allow people to come to your Nigeria, obviously we are not the same. It's like many countries in one country, if you get what I mean. So you can't just be blinded by this false kind of a system that is being forced together, and still not kind of like be able to differentiate and identify yourself, because everybody seems to be fighting for what, for their little piece, their little share of the cake, of the national cake, and everybody is kind of like fighting for their own, for their own people, so to speak, if you get what I mean. So that is where it really bothers me, because I really care about my people. I really care for Yoruba people. I want us to have a voice. I want us to know what it means to be Yoruba, to be a part of this, this country called Nigeria, and to just do well generally. That is what I'm going to say. It's my first time. I've not really prepared myself, but I said, okay, I'm just gonna break the ice. I'm gonna, come in and just drop my little, So, and that is it for now. So hopefully next time I'm gonna come, and with more sort of academia or sort of contribution.
No, I mean, regardless, even this contribution is brilliant, and thank you very much for coming up and for sharing your thoughts.
Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Sir.
Thanks a lot. Yes, sir. So that's the spirit. And someone was saying in the comment section that sincerely, I think we need to have a political party. APC, there's no conservative. I don't want to use the word conservative. There's no pro-Yoruba political party, right? A party that wants the best, that's Afenifere, that wants every part of Nigeria to do well, but that's taking care of the space. But it's not like he's saying it can even be involved in national politics. That's not. I'm not even saying that should be a regional regional party. It could be a party that becomes national or whatever, but that in Yoruba land, it's very conscious. There are people. See, last week somebody went to this same Surulere. I don't know what post. Those kind of things just make you feel like what's the it's you already defeated Gonsef. At the end of the day, NDC no normal about I come and wear Shagu Kinikiri. That kind of stuff. So I think at some point, that might be the path. It just might be the path. Like a really politically active group, not just like you get the point, shout Yambi. All right, let's go to. So thank you very much for that submission. Activate. Good evening, Miss Joan. Olori, good to see you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening. Good evening.
Good evening, Prof.
Yes.
My talk today might be very funny because the other speaker the other time said mentioned something about our anytime we that's Obi. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's always saying go and verify. I don't know what we want to verify. I am tired of hearing him say that. The other time he said he has only one shoe. How can somebody, and he said we should go and verify how much they are selling the shoe, of which it was a lie. That man said, she be transformer. No, koto transformer. I pass my neighbor generator, but she man pariwo to yen. Tí ò dé lè gbé nǹkan kan kò lágbára àti gbé nǹkan tó tóbi irú nǹkan tó ń ṣe nìyẹn. I pass my neighbor generator ariwo ló ń pa kiri. I listened to the interview Tinubu had. I was so impressed. In fact, goose pimple jáde lára mi. I was so happy and I'm still very, very elated. Spirit mi wà, I'm so proud of him, honestly. Ẹ wo, things ti bàjẹ́ lọ tipẹ́tipẹ́, ó ti bàjẹ́ jìnnà. So it can't be amended in just 4 years. It can't be amended in 8 years. Ká má parọ́ tanra wa. People are talking about if they don't have lights for títí tó máa fi ṣetán pé whatever they said he said. Àwa níná lérí àwa o. A máa níná, in fact, tó bá mú náà wá lọ, which means there is something wrong. Mo máa ní 24 hours light lérí ní exist èmi wá ẹ̀. Ó kàn wọ́n ni. Iná yẹn kàn wá expensive ni, but mo máa ní 24 hour light mo ní. And I thank him for that. So, let's all have this positive mindset. Yorubas are very intelligent. We are very intelligent. And I know if given the chance, we will get there. We will get there. I have this mindset of Yoruba is a great nation. Yorubas are great. Kí n kọjá àyè wa. Níbi tá bá wà, and if we don't speak positivity into our lives, into our land, ta ló fẹ́ wá ṣe fún wa? We will get there. That's what I want to beg us. Ká ní sùúrù. Like what Prof is saying, all these things that we want to separate, it is not going to be easy. It is not a 10-year thing. Let me not lie, it is not going to be a 10-year thing. But we hope and pray everything goes on well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your submission, Ms. John. And I'll keep saying it because I also want people that want a separate nation or a separate state. Like I always say, Yoruba is already a nation. But those who want a separate state, I want them to also understand the fact that I'm on your side. I just know that, but I know that you don't know how you're going to get the state you're looking for. That's the truth. Unless we're deceiving ourselves, you don't know. So let's use what we have right now to get what we want. And SWDC, in case you're just joining us, Southwest Development Commission has been granted. They've been able to secure the license, right, to operate rail services in the southwestern part of Nigeria. Now, here's the thing. We want what we want, but this is also a step in the right direction. So SWDC is doing that. Like I said, they're working on a roadmap that was created by Dawn Commission. Dawn Commission has that roadmap, and I have it inside. But from next week, from time to time, we'll be consulting so that we'll all be informed. And you also plug in. Who knows? You might have an idea. And at this point, I think we have to do more than just talk. Sincerely, I believe that many of us, right, should be in politics. Maybe you spend the next 4 years training and coming up with a party and learning the ropes, whatever. But, at some point, you have to get in there. There's a statement I read yesterday. Somebody said that if you, something along the lines of, if you don't get involved in politics, those who are less than you, I think I saw it even now, those who are less than you will be the one running your space, and you just be there complaining. Timbari I think maybe it's Plato, but I'll find it, I'll read it to you. But thank you very much for that submission, Ms. John. Let's go to Voters Copy. Good evening, Voters Copy.
Good evening.
Evening, sir. Welcome.
Good evening. How you doing, sir?
I'm very
Great
well.
job. Great job. So, I don't even know where to start from, but first and first, right, I really appreciate you, right? I appreciate getting to know your platform, and I can't stop talking about this because if I can track back my very self, say like say 5 years ago, right? I think I should be a totally different person by now. I am that guy that is a little bit nonchalant, when you're talking about the Yoruba, the Igbo, the Hausa, and all that. I'll just be in the middle. No, I'll just be like, okay, I'll just shrug my shoulder. Anything goes, anything comes. But the day I encountered your platform, right, a lot of transformation. I went through a lot of transformation, right? And it gave me some sort of strength. It made me more focused, and it made me more pro-Yoruba. In my workplace, there was an argument, right? And the argument was very simple. But the way I took it, I even asked myself, when did I turn to a beast-like person like this? Because I was talking with so much passion, and I was making references, and people were looking at me like, what has gone through you? And I realized that I think you did a lot. You did a lot, and I really appreciate you. I'm pro Yoruba now, and my siblings are also very surprised because I'm the last person in my family that they will say, "Oh, this one is." If there is anybody that's never going to be interested in the ethnic thing, it is going to be me. But thank God, and the reason I switched was the way you made me understand that some of the things we used to think were somehow biases towards other tribe was never a bias. It was a propaganda that switched across regions, even to our own region, that made us feel like probably we've been cheating other tribes, but it has never been, right? We are a great nation, we're a great people. So one of the things I just want to talk about right now is that for those that are clamoring for, oh, we must get this back, we must separate. One thing I just want us to know is that if somebody is so focused on separation, that mentality can so much get into your heads that what you keep thinking is about fighting, sending people away. It could be so bad that when you have sent the external people away and you begin to focus on your own people, when you focus on your own people, because I should tell us that there is always going to be a reason for separation. There will always be a reason. There will always be a reason for somebody to say, we came from Lagos Island, these people came from Ijesha Tedo, these people came from this. So if we begin to build up that mentality, we'll be self-destructive. So what I think we need to do is to think of how we systemize things. We can have people from other places, but we need to have policies in place that can actually, if you have right policies in place, people will be less attracted to our region. Say, for instance, you tell them, other people, that, okay, there are some places you cannot acquire. There are some places you can only acquire for some certain number of years. There are some jobs you can't take. There are some things you can't do. When you set up your companies, you have to have like maybe 30% of the indigenous people of that place. I'm telling you, over time, nobody will force them. They will gradually gravitate away from that society. And that society will be very good. So what you said today is amazing, because we can have a pro-Yoruba group. We can have people that are very conscionable of the Yoruba tribe. I think that's one of the things that is missing, because we are having a lot of diluted Yorubas. But I think one of the things your program has brought is to bring back the consciousness, the concentrated Yorubaness in us, to make us understand that this is what we stand for, this is what we support. And when we begin to reason like that, we begin to come up with ideas as to what will work and what will not work for us. In the Southeast, for instance, they've always been divided. So it's easy for them to come up with a policy to segregate Anambra from Enugu. But in the Southwest, maybe we fought wars, but we've been able to aggregate ourselves up to a point that we now take identities away and we now say we are Southwest. So we work as a unit. It's not going to be easy for us to now begin to separate Osun from Ibadan, just as you have talked about the Amotekun. So it's our construct is a little bit different from their construct. So I think what the consciousness we need is for us to expand a platform like yours to make people understand that we can be Yoruba, we can accept other people. What we should be focusing, how we systemize the environment such that we don't allow, retards, we don't allow, these other people to come around and feel so comfortable, confident that, oh, okay, this can also be our land. Thank you so much. You're doing a good job. There's a room for us to have an ideology that can work all of us together, that we can work together and we begin to build our kids, the next generation, to make this thing work. I think I'm locked in. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you very, very, very much. It's good to have sessions like this. We have the sessions every weekday, Mondays to Fridays. When we started, I was having every day. We're having sometimes 7 hours, 8 hours. Of course, later we cut it short because I had to now do other things. But even then, we have sessions every day from 4 p.m. It's almost 9 p.m. now. I think the beauty of it is that, that we are all growing. Even I have grown. Yes, I stay here. I'm holding the mic, I'm the one speaking, but even I am growing, right? There are things that I learn listening to you. There are things I learn studying. There are things I learn, when I'm here already. So it's a beautiful thing to hear that, the platform has helped. And I like that we are more conscious. And then the next level is involvement. This is what Plato said, and I mentioned it earlier. One of the penalties for refusing to participate in politics is that you end up being governed by your inferiors. A gentleman sent me a Twitter post last week. I don't want to describe the person in that post, but if I say it, you will know exactly what I'm talking about. And it was like, this person is going to House of Reps. So I was like, Chief, we've got to get in this politics. So. Because right, you have great ideas. I'm speaking to Renchi, and so number one, we've got to be conscious, and I'm glad that that's happening, and I hope that it continues to happen. The more of us, we become awakened when it comes to our Yoruba space. But of course, we also become very strategic. Right? Let's not be the ones who go out and say, oh, can't get out, can't get there, can't come. By the way, it doesn't, Sherry, everybody has his place, so everybody has his role. But I'm saying that Sherry, there's some roles that cannot be online. Onikaluku ní department wọn. But in fact, àwọn kan tó ìfẹ́ dárúkọ mo sọ kọ́kọ́ ní last week pé ọmọ burúkú lọ́jọ́ tiẹ̀ ó láwọn kan tẹ́ pé àdè má sọ pé yes ẹ lọ ṣe lórí internet, but tọ́ba tí ó bá díjú ó yẹ kó àwọn lè ti ṣílẹ̀kùn àwọn lè lànà. I'm just saying that we've got to get involved. And someone said earlier, I don't know if you're joking. I saw your name earlier. I think it's Oluboy Financial Advisory. Are you in APC? It says, why not pick a ticket? Busui, why not pick a ticket for 2027? Hmm. '27 is close. Though. Can one still pick a ticket for 2027? We'll see. I don't know if one can still. Can one still pick a ticket for 2027? It's close now, is it not? Very close. I mean, there are many parties though, so I don't know. If you are a politician and you have ideas about how that can happen, please, we can talk. But I think there is need for a movement. That can actually prioritize Yoruba interests, especially Yoruba land. Goodwill towards everybody. Afeni ferry long way. Afeni ferry. We want everybody to be okay wherever they are. But and we have to. I mean, I've been saying and working on some things because more direction to my ban. I think within the political party, but perhaps we could also have another kind of structure But yeah, we'll get there. Bumblebee says it has to be APC. We want you there, not just marking attendance. Okay, I'm ready whenever you are ready. Consider says, Olo, you are not a card carrying member. If you're not, ni other advice, and tell about card carrying member, don't say, such a convention in APC, ja. On a convention, such a convention. On a convention now. But anyway, the point is, regardless whether it's political, we shall have to get involved, you know. So even if you're not, you can plan for the, you know, plans for. Prof, I see in the comment section now. Okay, it is ongoing. Oh, okay. You can plan for the next 5 years. Like, we just have to get involved because many of us here, we know what should be done, but I want time. In Timorila, so I do Michelle. And you know what we say as what politicians will say, and the reality is that there are many Igbos living here. So here's the question: your Isiago, what are you promising those people? Updates on PVC for diaspora. Okay, please tell us, Prof. Mr. Ibo Jinodun. Please come up for. You can share the update. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. Adewale Megbabi, I like your name, oh. Are you from Ondo? I like your surname, that's quite nice. It says it is closed already because you need to be a registered party member and the party registration is closed 10th of this month. That bad. Alima law, Sherry, but I might say. Alima law, see. Alima, Ale wallet through appointment. Okay, he's asking for update. Me still update though. I'll find it, Sha. Ale wallet through appointment. Anyway, Sha, let's get involved. And all a lot of Bogboa. And when you get there, don't go and become what you hate though. Wabonisia go do me, Sha. Could they share me? But share me. Let's have Deeps 083. Ah boy. You know what? Why is it that when I say people should send requests, people don't usually send? Once one person begins to speak, you now have a lot of people want to come up. I'll bring like just a few people, right? Am I been? I have to bring Remy guy. Messiah, am I been nothing but more? Okay. Remy guy, share I'm there.
Mo wa nbi mo tin dúró dè yín mo ń dẹ yín lè ní ìjà wà.
Mi tí ẹ tó bẹ́ẹ̀ kí n má gbé wọn sókè. Ẹ ti bí mo ti rí inú comment section kan ẹ kàn fún mi fire bẹ́ẹ̀ ni. Yorùbá, me I'm Yoruba nation, me kàn ṣe Yoruba nation. The other kid, you get the point. All right, let's have Deeps. Are you there? Consider please mute though. Oluboy, I'm available. I'm here. I'm here. You can send me. People have been saying it for a while. But now that you're saying it, whatever you want to do, I'm open. Right? Consider, let's have you. I think Deeps is not available.
Okay. Ẹkáàlẹ́. Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ náà.
Yes, sir.
Ẹ kú gbogbo ẹ̀.
Yes, sir. Madam Joan, Active 8, I'm going to take you down since you've made your submission. So thank you very much for being here. Really appreciate your presence. All right, please go on, Consiglium.
Ẹ kú iṣẹ́ náà. So
yes, sir.
I'm trying to obviously tell the people that are very adamant about this Yoruba nation, we need to be very careful with that thing, or else we'll be swallowed by it. Yes, restructuring is actually going on. We are trying to push these people out, but we cannot be forceful about it. We are not that kind of people. We are not Nazi Germany. Everybody leave. Until you put them in concentration camps. That's not how we do things here. We need to be very smart about it. One of the things that came to my mind this afternoon while I was speaking to a senior SAN, very senior, was the issue of these cases that go on for years, about matters that are involved that you have in Lagos State or in Southwest, Somebody buys land, 3 acres or 2-3 plots. Matter is in court for 25 years, go to the Supreme Court, as in from High Court, Court of Appeal. Meanwhile, ento nile, ochiku, ento jagumbale, the way, ochiku, ochita. These are the things we need to think about when we're restructuring. Every matter that involves in the estate or that originates in the state ends there. Whether we create another Supreme Court or we just kill it at a Court of Appeal. Because a lot of people use the courts as a means to continuously àwọn èèyàn rà lẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ àwọn ọmọ Yorùbá nílẹ̀ yìí tó máa jókòó sórí ẹ̀ tó dẹ̀ ní kúrò ń bẹ̀ pé àmọ́ máa lọ́kọ̀t títí at the Supreme Court 25 years 35 years why on a matter that could be easily resolved nínú state high court ṣáà kàwé mi báyìí ni it's madness. Everybody has to go to Abuja. There's a time everybody has to come to Lagos. But it's still madness. These are the kind of things that we need to restructure. And Vodis Copy was saying something about us being enlightened and using our enlightenment. I'm sorry to say it, we are the most enlightened region in this country. And yes, as some people mentioned, if we break away, we are not going to be a refugee camp. Everybody might by any. So I have a policy. I'm not the smartest person. So I listen to people, reading their ideas. We need to sit down and talk about this thing in a way that will benefit us, not swamp us with problems. Because that's what we're asking for. If we say, okay, you want to buy nation now, watch what happens when we get it. Everybody will want to come here. Everybody will want to have some sort of attachment towards us. And if we do that, we're going to have to give some people up. We have relatives in àwọn Olùkùnmí, Ìṣẹ̀kírì, àwọn tó wà lẹ́dọ̀ọ́ náà, àtàwọn tó wà ní àwọn gómìnà. We can't afford to leave them. We cannot afford to leave them. They are part of us. So we need to be very careful in what we are doing and not in getting our region, regionalism or restructuring, however you want to call it. We need to find a way to bring those people into our fold. And if it's in Nigeria, let us just continue to do this Nigeria as it is. But we'll restructure in a way to control our own space. Control our own space, control the jurisdiction, control everything, we control it. Security and whatnot. We will make it so unpalatable for a lot of people that they will have to leave. And develop region. You've learned a lot from Lagos. Go and develop your own regions as well. So that's about it. Thank you for this.
Thank you,
Very
sir.
important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate your submission. Now I'm going to go to Remy Guy for his own Shakabula. You were talking about Shakabula earlier, Mr. Remy.
Yes, I was because Ẹkáàlẹ́ professor, Ẹkáàlẹ́, ẹ kú iṣẹ́ tẹ́ ń ṣe fún wa, Ọlọ́run á dẹ̀ máa yìn yín, family yín àti everything tẹ́ bá ń wish for láyé yìí, ó máa wá sí ọwọ́ yín easily. Back to the topic. Time is of the essence. Because now, you say we should, the next 5 years, the demography of Yoruba land will change. I mean, these people, because of all this, other parts, people are coming and flooding our place. So the next 5 years, I don't think, I'm scared for my land and for my people. Because number one. And number two, the thing is, because there's a the Constitution of Nigeria, there are some things on state level, from my own understanding, the Constitution supersedes any local or regional laws Tabama make. So going to the regions, the people think that's the magic thing, like regionalism, restructure, or whatever fancy name they give to it, It's just for me, just moving 1 or 2 blocks here, but by moving 1 or 2 blocks here, you are creating another loophole here. Any regionalism or restructuring that does not give each region control of its borders, for me, it will not work. Because
how are you going to get control of borders, though?
Yes, sir. I don't know, sir.
Okay, tabacheton, Mongboy.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know, sir. Exactly. Okay, let us making progress. We are making progress. We are making progress. While we are making progress, other people are destituting their areas. And they're coming there. They're like, okay, there's no way we can stop them from coming and everything. You see, this thing is, for me, it's a catch-22 effect. And you try to progress. I just saw like a report of, it was in Sokoto. The governor wants taking loans up to send people to Hajj. Instead of using the money to do kini. Again, you see, every day, just things come out. Things come out. I opened the data. Let's see. That's the VAT pool of February 2026. Southwest contributed 252 billion, got 91 billion back, deficit of 36%. While Southeast, the last on the table, contributed just 7.9 billion and got 32, a plus of over 400%. So, how long will it take us to change all these things? And why you say we should wait, never ending wait? These things like continue. So, me more understand.
I'm not saying, sorry, Mr. Ayemi, this is
Yes, sir.
you're not done yet. I'm not saying we should wait. I'm saying we should act strategically. I'm not saying we should wait. I'm saying we should, for instance, everything you've mentioned right now, they're valid, absolutely. But here's the question: how do you fix it? It's going to require political solution, right? It's going to require political solution. Who are the people that will provide that political solution? Right? How are they going to be able to ensure that, because everything you are saying is valid, but how do we make that thing happen? The point is not to wait. I'm not saying we should wait. I'm saying we should strategically act. In other words, when we're acting, we're not just going to do Gbogbo, because if for instance, I say on this platform, everybody just hates what's happening, and what you're saying, let's keep repeating it without mentioning how to do it. After a while, one would create a movement of a people who will be very disillusioned, and they will do anything to make that thing happen, which is exactly what you have in the Southeast. ESN did not just drop from heaven. It came from a people who could not achieve what they've been talking about without having to do something. So, Sherry, doing something here is not hard. Anybody can do anything, but not everybody can act strategically. So, strategy here, planning here, patience here, policy making here, those things that make you look as if let's do. They are the things that make sure that when you change, you know that the change is permanent. Like the change is going to be built on structures that make it last. Not like the ones that ends up hurting the people you are trying to quote unquote protect in the first place. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So I'm not against what you're saying. I'm just saying that the whole idea of let them get out is going to change it. Okay, so let's say the demographic is going to change in the next 5 years, like you said. So how do we stem the tide? You still have to come back to politics. So who in the political class right now believes in what you're saying, and let me put it this way, and is ready to do something about it? That's where the issue is.
Yes, sir.
That's
why I told you, like, everybody in the comment section, like, people are now starting to form groups. Like, we have a very popular one now is Yoruba Patriotic Alliance. You know, for me, the answer is not in APC, PDP, DPO, or whatever parties they have out there now for Yorubas. We have to have a part, because in as much as you align in this, the APC, PDP, OPS, and all these things, you would not be, they would always water down your conservatism. You understand what I'm saying? We need a party for Yorubas, like, to push all these agendas we are saying. Like, if we vote our people in there, like, that's where we are starting from. That's why I say, like, we have groups are already forming, because you ask, like, what are we doing? And people are doing things. There are parties, there are groups out there now. They might be relatively small now, but because of all these injustices, our people will face. People are the the Yoruba Patriotic Alliance is less than a month old, and he has over 5,000 people already registered members. So I mean, that's actually part of the reason. Exactly, sir.
Yeah, that's actually
so
very good.
But we have to act. Our politicians they are too slow. we have to act because time is of the essence. In 5 years, believe you me, like Yoruba land, places like even in my Ijebu Ode and everything, like these people are already there. They are flooding everywhere. No,
All right.
like, and again, all this regionalism and all these things, if you don't have control of your borders, I don't see it working in the context of Nigeria.
So,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Thank you very much for that. By the way, I've been talking. I mentioned last week and 2 weeks ago they are going to start an organization for these things. It's going to be in June, right? It's going to be in June. It will be very political and also cultural. And the details, I should be to give us more details by next week, but we're going to start out in June of 2026. All right. So those will say they want to join something. We've been talking about it. This copy also mentioned it earlier, So by June, I'll give us by next week, I'll give us more details. Then by June, we'll start registering. Now, here's the thing. Like I always say, we have many groups, right? And there are many groups, and it's good. It's good to have more people turning Tara with passion to change. So, and I think it's very, very important. And it will take different people, different styles, different methods, but hopefully we all get there. At the end of the day, the primary thing is that all of us are committed to making Yoruba land better and ensuring that, how can wada ile waru, but I also want us to be very careful of our rhetoric. So when you say things like, people moving out, the truth of the matter is that some of these things, when you think about it, even though I would like it to happen, but I know that in reality, but there's a way it can happen. In other words, push people out will not happen. Just be, come out or learning. But there's a way it can happen. You exclude people using laws. Listen, there are certain people who do not operate where there is order. There are people who thrive in dysfunction. How to deal with such people is not to say, hey, get out. Just create structure. You've excluded them. They're out. And I know what I say right now sounds simple. It's hard. What I just said right now, is difficult. But it's actually it's how Europe acts. It's what America does. It's what everybody does. Everybody just be speaking English to you and be laughing with you, but they are creating stuff that will exclude you in their space. You can cry about it, but they know exactly what they're doing. So, yeah, what you said, fantastic. I mean, absolutely important, and I'll give more information about that so that we also get involved at this level. What I really want, to be honest, is a political party, all right, that can actually get involved in these things like a party. So I've been writing on it for a while now, for a long time, because it also takes a lot of thinking, or else because it's easy to say, no, I can't join. I'm not able to join because like there's already something I'm working on. So it's just the best. And I've already I've had meetings with some people who are going to start something. So it's just best that way. And there's a particular focus on, how it's going to run. There are many groups, by the way, just to be clear, there are many groups. And I wish every group, like I said, it takes a lot of different folks with different, because we cannot have, one day I was thinking about we cannot have a Gomojudoa like that, because nígbà yẹn àwọn tó lọ léwe wọn tí pọ̀ bí báyìí, so they were able to ríra wọn, but now we are many, so naturally people's ideas are many and all those things. We're going to have a lot of groups, which is okay, and the important thing is at the end of the day, Kasha ran ilẹ̀ Yorùbá lọ́wọ́. But thank you very much for that submission, Mr. Remy. If you want to support what we're doing, by the way, let me thank folks who have given different gifts on YouTube. Sacred Socrates I like your name, by the way. It's quite interesting. Sacred Socrates. On TikTok, folks, T-Girl, everybody who has given, I may not be able to see, but I'll say, I think there's a way I can find it much later. After the session, I'll say it. But everybody who has given, every single thing you've given, from roses to hearts to caps to every single coin, everything that you've given. I really do appreciate it. And these things help to, ensure that we come to have the sessions every day. So thank you very much for your support. If you'd like to, use the bank app, please use the bank details on the screen, the GT account. Your support actually does go a long way. We do have these sessions every weekday. It's 4 p.m. if you're time West African time. But we're going to end soon. And on Monday, that video, by the way, who sent me that video? A gentleman sent me that video about the war. We will respond to it on Monday. I just hope, I'm trying to make sure that when we talk about these things, we're able to balance empathy with data, with facts. Because these people, they'll come to you and be gaslighting you with tears, but in reality, you don't owe them nothing. So we have to find that balance between empathy and stating the facts of history. But we'll do that on Monday, talking about the war and stuff that have to do with that. £20, reconstruction, somebody was talking about reparations. And I remember a book, I think it should be inside. There was a book by Bishop Matthew Kuka about reparations that they were asking for in 1999 at Oputa panel. We'll talk about all of those things on Monday. Okay, I think it should be nice to even read that book. All right. I think one or two more people may want to speak. Share article. Share voice was okay. I knew there was one Jesus is coming soon. That's quite interesting. Your choice of username is interesting. Your might on YouTube, Eshion, thank you very much. Amen to your prayers. God bless you too, sir. Tiny. Exactly. So Tiny on YouTube says, I totally agree that this won't be as scary as we think. It's not difficult to curb them by laws that force them to retreat. When you talk about Fulani, the marauders, the way to deal with them is Amotekun. Like there's always a tactical way of dealing with some of these things. And I'm not saying it's easy, just to be clear, because I'm not saying it's easy, but I think it's more productive in the long run rather than just, hey, what you do so that when you remove certain people, it will not affect the land. You get what I'm saying? So it's like let's say you want to remove something from like a part of the body, like you want to perform surgery. You want to perform surgery. Now, in there, you don't like the tumor. Say it's a tumor you want to cut off. But you have to cut it off in such a way that it doesn't affect the person. So it's not like I hate this tumor. If it's about hating tumor, you can cut the person's part, the body, and cut it away with the tumor and throw it away. At least the tumor is no longer there now, but the person's body has also been, severed. So the point is to do everything with all right. Someone wants to come. I'll just have you, and then you'll be the final speaker for tonight, and then we'll have another session on Monday. Unapologetic. Good evening. You have to do as image.
Is it frozen? I came up and it froze.
Right, we can hear you now. Please go on.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, good evening, Prof. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing me. I'm very well too. Thanks for asking. Thank you very much for bringing me up. I would have kicked myself in the boot if I didn't have the opportunity. You ask a question, and that was what really. This is, as a matter of fact, this is my first time of even coming on your live. James Man is a friend, and it was his invite that brought me in here, and I have been on for quite a while in the FYP. And you asked the question because I am one of those who believe in the balkanization of Nigeria as it is. You ask a question, if you believe in the balkanization of Nigeria, how? And it is that question I really want to answer, if you don't mind me. Right, thank you. Right. For starters, I live in England. I have been for quite a while. I know the Scotland situation very well. In Scotland, I have been putting some few things in the chat box about forming political parties and all that, joining the political parties and all that. For a nationalistic approach, infusing any nationalistic individual with that ideology into the current political trends, parties, it will eventually be counterintuitive because we will just get submerged. It's not going to happen tomorrow. It's not going to happen in 2 years. It might not happen in 10 years. But a nationalistic party that is indigenous to that space has to be formed. Yes, it's true. There are a lot of groups now, but all these groups now have to infuse into a political party that will, from the councillors of the ward to the state, to the chairman of every local government, to the governor, and to the representatives in Abuja and all that, would be people of like minds. That is, we are, and those, of course, we will take our seat in Abuja. The Scottish Independent Party takes their seat in Westminster. But for out of 10 issues that they will discuss at Westminster, 9.5 of them would be about Scotland. How did the Scottish Independent Party force David Cameron to give them the chance to have a referendum? It is because another political party that is of nationalistic tendency was ravaging in England, and they were scared. And that's the political party that is making the rounds now. I'm not even going into that. I'm just using that to explain how we can make a move in the Nigerian context. Right. If we have a nationalistic party today in Yoruba land that is making waves, we will force the hand of the APC, the PDP, the whatever parties in Yoruba land. They know that they are going to lose that space to us. They will begin to play our game. We would I will not become. Currently, I am a minority in my place of birth. In Isolo, I'm now being told that I'm a minority by an Igbo man who is representing my constituent. Political leaders, the same Section 41 that is endemic to us, also applied in their space, but because they had indigenized their laws. They indigenized their laws, they make their environment unwelcoming. That's why our people are not gravitating to their space. But because our political leaders had refused to indigenize our laws, we make our environment welcoming. They came into our space. They invade our space. They refuse to, even after coming into our space, they refuse to integrate. Association without integration is invasion, and that's what they have done. They refuse to integrate, to respect our laws, respect our customs, our traditions, and all that. They came in, they invade us, and our political leaders had given them that opportunity. Now, how do we force the hand of our political leaders? Is by creating political parties that tend to rival them. They see the basis of rivalry coming towards them. They will begin to listen to us and make our laws. These people, like you rightly said, they don't thrive in structures. They thrive in chaos. Structuralize our laws, put things in perspective. They will fizzle out. And Nigerians, I know religion had bastardized our thinking, our brains. We expect.
My country.
I know because of the religion that has infiltrated our thinking so much. We believe in miracles. We don't believe. We don't plan. We don't. But we should move away from that. It's not going to happen tomorrow. There is no magic wand to this. But it might take 10. It might take 15 years. But it will happen, and that's how we think it could happen. Because I do not believe in the regionalism, and the reason being that the regional system that was practiced, that was left bequeathed to us 6 years down the line, some drunkards picked up arms and disorganized it. And whatever thing Tinubu put in place now, what is the assurance that in another 3-4 years after he's gone, another set of drunkards in the military will not pick up arms?
The answer to that concern is actually in the second term.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll come actually in second time, Michelle. Ejo, please mute. Mr. Remy, so background. Yeah, but I mean, second time, Tinubu, knowing him for what we know, he's not a person that's going to spend all his energy building stuff and then leave his successor to randomness. It's very intentional, you know. But second, second time. He has to win the next. He has to win the next election now. But everything you said, I agree. We need to have a party that's inward looking, and that's what I don't want to mention the name yet until next month. I've mentioned it before, but not today. That's what it's going to be. But it's like having a political approach. A lot of things that we're talking about. How do we actually ensure that we're able to bring, a circle to people, or even get engaged in the political conversations? But thank you very much. Unapologetic. I didn't see your full name. I would like to see it.
Unapologetic Omoluabi. Unapologetic Omoluabi. Thank you.
That's great. Ogade, please don't do that. Please. I mean, if you're on somebody's platform, they're talking about a particular thing, and then you now say, "Oh, we have something already formed," and now begin to write again and again. It's not cool. It's not cool. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. Thank you very much for your understanding. All right. So we're gonna have to call it a day. Someone said there's fire on the mountain, and the second term ends with Yoruba Nation.
Oloju.
I don't know what else. Consider, yes, sir.
Next time, watch light color. Le can't to one rigini. Towa ima lo soke di kona.
Kele báyìí.
Towa ima lo soke di kona. Ori koko. E wo daka kini daka shade jare. Towa ima lo soke báyìí kona.
I think aṣọ tuntun yẹn náà ti ń pọ̀ jù náà. Ọlọ́mọ ẹ̀ka aṣọ fọ̀.
That's
why I raise my hand, but actually no way. But you know I wear darker things more, just that once in a while.
Friday service.
A máa dá uniform lẹ̀ fún yín, uniform Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn òun la máa gbé fún yín So a lè máa ka gbogbo ẹ̀ because náà ní kankan kà
ẹ ṣe
látàárọ̀.
kọjáre.
Uniform Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn lẹ máa wọ̀ the next time. Àwa fún yín brigadier la máa sọ yín dà bẹ́ẹ̀.
Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn Àmọ̀tàkì ni. I have maybe brigadier Àmọ̀tẹ́kùn, but I will make it. There's some clothes I have I just can't wear because I'm like. Interestingly, there are times I wear white. With the man on that down. If you share really kabai. The obalasho do.
Ó ṣòro.
Actually, eti dàgbà ni nǹkan tó fà á ní ọ̀pọ̀ eti dàgbà gan. Ẹ má bínú. Mama roti náà mọ̀. Ẹ má bínú. Okay. So thank you very much for being part of the session. We're ending. So we started talking about, Tinubu, his speech or his interviews at Kigali. We talked about Peter B, Nigerian politics and so on and so forth, and his issues with Okonkwo. But I like how we're ending it. We're bringing it back home. And I like us to be more concerned about it. Now, like I said earlier, I was talking to Katolo. There are many groups, and many groups are doing well, and people are going to do different things. But a time will come eventually, Tamakolis. I've got a sudden you back. A time will àkókò kan máa wà tẹ́ pé gbogbo máa ṣe bí ìfọwọ́sowọ́pọ̀ láti rí àwọn kan ṣe. But to be honest, at the end of the day, people will do different things based on, whatever they're passionate about. And we will get some things done as well. And I believe that Yoruba land needs a Sinn Féin. That's what I believe. I believe that Yoruba land needs like a party that actually focuses on the space. I mean, doesn't mean that you cannot get into other people's spaces, because that was what Action Group was actually doing at the time. But by 59, they want to get into the north and other parts of Nigeria because of federal elections. But at the core of it, is about vision for Yoruba people, for Western Nigeria, and I think we can do that again in a different way, obviously. But excuse me, I want to thank everybody who has been part of today's session. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Thanks for it says Naboda Gada. You want to be a how do you really want to send people out of the region? You want to do Ghana must go away? Even the people that did Ghana must go, Nigeria must go. By the way, Nigeria must go came before Ghana must go. Eventually, Ghanaians are living in Nigeria now. Nigerians are also living in Ghana. Ghanaians are living in Nigeria now, I meant to say. Nigerians are also living in Ghana. I think it's about just coming up with structures in your land. You just exclude some people, they will not come back. And people are waking up, thankfully. So the work is getting a bit easier. Mr. Molara Godare, will go out. But thank you everybody for being part of this session. And we're going to be here on Monday, 4 p.m. If a time West African time. We're going to have a session.
Desmond apologize.
Tell apologize.
Desmond apologize.
Ó ti àti sọ́lẹ̀ kan ṣe bó lọ sí
TVC. Ó ti apologize but ó ti lọ náà wọ́n ti yọ dànù.
No, ó lọ sí TVC ó sọ pé àwọn bàbá òun bá ṣe kan ìyẹn ò ṣe kankan ó ti lọ.
Wọ́n ti gbọ́ dànù.
Adex, I brought you up. Maybe it's the app. You know what, guys? We are going for a weekend, Abi. Just one more person. Hopefully, we can take 2 minutes. Because when I said I didn't bring, I brought you up. Maybe it's the app. Now you're here. Just take very quickly. Yes. Is that a lady?
Yes, now. Good evening. Thank you. I've been trying to come up earlier on. Anyway, thank you. Thank you for all you are doing, and thank you for everybody. I'm so impressed for all the people that have called in, and I'm happy. Now I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, because it's like our people are now waking up to the reality, and that is very good. This guy, the living in bondage guy that was growing up that was throwing up.
On earth.
It's all about today. It's all about Igbo candidate. But they fixed the Igbo candidate now because it did not win. So what is the problem again? Should we now go take the presidency to Abia State or take it to Anambra State and say, okay, we'll take you because you are Igbo? Or what is the problem? I don't understand this. Who is going to cure this victim mentality in these people? The educated one, the elderly one, the illiterate one, they think alike. They all sing the same song. They cry the same cry. Marginalization. Presidency is not a chieftaincy title. That like Indi Bolugi title that they will just give them. They have to work for it. If they merit it, politics is a game of number. If they got the number, they will get the votes and they will win the election. It's as simple as that. These people need to wake up to the reality. We are not in this 1960 anymore. They need to evolve. I can't imagine a so-called lawyer as exposed as he is, going on national television, throwing tantrum like a 3-year-old or more to work by lollipop lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. You went and queued behind a supposed Bewudani to be a president. You knew that this guy that is not up to the task. The first day I saw Obi, I know it's not up to the task. And no go area for me. And you decide to go and queue behind him. Now the guy now turn your head upside down, and now you are crying around. It's a shame, really, and our people that are queuing behind them, thinking they are looking for equality and justice, they need to realize it now. It's all about what their own region. They don't care about the rest of about 300 something region ethnicity that we have in Nigeria. It's not just about their own ethnicity. It's all about them. And I'm glad that we have this, between now 2023 to now, that it gives our people the opportunity to see through these people, to know who Obi really is, rather, because that 2023 people, a lot of people that came behind him, they didn't really have time to dig him up or to know much about him. And I also want to thank you as well for this self-awakening you've been doing to all the Yorubas. It has gone a long way. Thank you very much. And God will continue to bless you and empower you.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you.
This is what time you came up, Abi. You came up with bazooka. You're like Remy guy, you're Mr. Remy's friend. You came powerfully. Esheo, thank you very much. I feel sorry for the people who are throwing tantrums. Amen. Amen. Thank you so much. All right. I think that is a very interesting way to end this session. Olori, thank you, ma. And I want to thank those who have supported the live today. Thank you for your gifts. And on TikTok, on YouTube, everywhere. Thank you very much. And do what Olori said. Support this live. Let's keep the live going. Again, we do this session. We do have these sessions every weekday, Monday to Friday. We discuss history, culture, politics, and innovation. So you want to be part of the session, you want to be part of the movement. We're going to be doing something that will also go beyond our live session, which is what we were talking about earlier. I'll give more information about that in June. Well, by next week, and then by June, we're going to start, getting involved. It's been lovely being here. Someone says they had a chance because many Yorubas were after Yoruba election last, but this time no chance. Anyway, I get the point. God will help us. Nobody's going to open it and please talk to your own people as well. If you have family members in Nigeria, let's all go get our PVCs, right? Let's prepare for next election. Tó bá tiẹ̀ ṣe kíkọ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá o, bá àlàyé fẹ́ kó rí bẹ́ẹ̀ ló ṣe gbọ́dọ̀ rí, all right? Let's get involved. Let's get our PVCs. It's too late to get into political office now, right? But at least I want to first show you what carry wale. And those of us who are passionate about politics, let's begin to think about how we can be involved. For some of us, you're going to be there physically. For some of us, you're going to be the ones bankrolling stuff, and God will bless you. Whatever you do will prosper. If you're involved in a business, so that you have enough funds to push it. Because may God bless you and bless everything you do. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Before we go, we're going to listen to our anthems, like we always do. We'll listen to the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Thank you. Oh boy, we can't even listen to any anthem now because I take connect. But give me a second, we're going to connect and then we'll listen to that. While we're getting that sorted, I'll just read a few comments here. Montparfait on YouTube says obedience is all about Igbo candidacy. It's just our bots, that's Yoruba bots, that are yet to smell the coffee. And I think it slipped. Well, I don't know if it slipped or, it's like a Finiwa. Kenneth Okonkwo eventually took the boxes. He mentioned it, right? When he said, it's about Igbo presidency. And I'm glad that Sheon Okinbaloye took him up on it. So everything you're talking about is about ethnic presidency. That's what you're really about. It's not really about whatever they're saying. It's about, and the point, like I said earlier, there's nothing wrong with an Igbo person wanting to have an Igbo president. What I don't like is Koma Pajalobo for me. You are telling me that, you are going for competence. You Yoruba people are tribalists. Meanwhile, you are the one who gave your own people 90-something%. 2 states in the Southeast had over 90%. Aggregate was almost 90% across the 5 states. And you are calling everybody tribalist. But that's what you want. It's okay if that's what you want. Just don't lie to us. But nobody's going to give them anything just because of your ethnicity. If you can't really, if you can't get in the fray and, play the game, just go sit it out. Everybody will be all right. All right. Before we go, let's have our anthems, the Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Please take a listen and sing along if you can.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without name.
àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògùn adúláwọ̀ ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ní wọ́ọ̀kùn lágbára ọlọ́run ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ o Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́ ilé wa ọ̀nà wa ò ní bàjẹ́ nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere ni ilẹ̀ Yorùbá máa gbèrú sí ni gbogbo nǹkan tá a bá dé dáwọ́lé a yọrí sí rere ilé ò ní lé wa ọ̀nà ò ní náà wa nǹkan tó jẹ́ bí èròǹgbà ọkàn wa fún ilẹ̀ Yorùbá Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ kó wá sí ìmúṣẹ. The thoughts, the plans we have for Yoruba land, may those things come to manifestation. May Nigeria work. May God bless the president and all the people that work with him. Ọlọ́run lánàá fáwọn olórí wa, àwọn adarí wa. Ètò ìdìbò tó ń bọ̀ lọ́dún tó ń bọ̀ yìí, abà aláyé wa. A ní fọjọ́ lọ́jọ́ lọ, ẹ̀mí ò ní tẹ̀lé lọ. And whatever we have to do to make it work, we will do by the grace of God. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. Do have a lovely, lovely weekend. I'll see you on Monday at 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. Thank you very much for your support. Have a lovely weekend. Odaro, Eshe.